Why? You wouldn't survive World War I. It's 7:20 in the morning. You're 22 years old. You haven't slept in 4 days. Not really slept anyway. What you've been doing is closing your eyes in 6-inch increments between artillery bursts and calling it rest. Your uniform hasn't been dry since Tuesday. You don't know what day it is anymore, and honestly, neither do the men next to you. Somewhere behind you, an officer with a whistle in his mouth and a revolver in his hand is watching a pocket watch tick towards 7:30. And in 10 minutes, that whistle is going to blow, and you are going to climb a wooden ladder out of the only place that has kept you alive for the past 6 weeks, and walk, not run, walk, because that's the order, directly into a wall of machine gun fire aimed at the exact patch of dirt you're standing on right now. You know this. Everyone in this trench knows this. The man to your left is praying. The man to your right is being sick into a sandbag as quietly as he can manage, because nobody wants to be the one who breaks first. And somewhere above you, over a century into the future, someone is going to sit down on a couch, pull up a laptop, and think, World War I. That sounds rough. But I think I'd have made it through. And pretty tough. Yeah, about that. So here's what I want you to do. Get comfortable. Properly comfortable. Pull the blanket up. Dim the lights if you've got a dimmer. Or just close one eye if you don't. Because tonight we're going to walk through exactly why you, yes, you, specifically, sitting there in your climate-controlled room with your soft pillow and your full stomach and your access to antibiotics, would not have lasted more than a season in the First World War. Not because you're weak, because nobody was built for this. Not really. Not even the men who survived it. And they'll be the first ones to tell you that survival had less to do with toughness than it did with which square meter of French dirt a piece of shrapnel decided not to land on. If you're the type who likes to fall asleep to this kind of thing, comment below where you're watching from and what time it is there right now. I read those. It's nice to know who's out there in the dark with me. Now, before we get you killed in a trench, and we will, don't worry, we'll get there. We need to rewind. Because the war that ends with you climbing that ladder didn't start with a ladder. It started with a car taking a wrong turn. That wrong turn is where we're headed next. And trust me, it's dumber than you think a world war is allowed to start. Sarajevo, June 28th, 1914. A Sunday morning, warm, the kind of day where you'd want to be anywhere other than sitting in a stuffy government car, which is exactly where Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, found himself. Now, quick pause, because I need you to understand something about the Archduke. Before we get to the part where things go catastrophically wrong, he wasn't universally loved, even by his own family. His uncle, Emperor Franz Joseph, thought he'd married beneath his station. Scandal of the century, apparently, marrying a countess instead of actual royalty. And there was a general sense in the Austro-Hungarian court that Franz Ferdinand was a bit of an odd duck, passionate about hunting to a genuinely alarming degree. The man reportedly personally shot several 100,000 animals across his lifetime, which, sure, different time, different values, but even his contemporaries thought that was a lot of dead pheasants for one guy. 250,000, give or take. I don't know what you did to deserve that nature, but apparently it was a lot. Anyway, he and his wife Sophie were touring Sarajevo, capital of Bosnia, which Austria-Hungary had annexed a few years earlier, a move that had made a lot of Bosnian Serbs who wanted independence or unification with Serbia extremely unhappy. So unhappy, in fact, that a group of young revolutionaries, some of them barely out of their teens, had decided this royal visit was the perfect opportunity to make a statement. The first attempt failed. A bomb was thrown at the Archduke's car, bounced off the folded-back convertible roof, because of course it did, and detonated under the car behind his, injuring a couple dozen people and completely failing to touch the man it was meant for. The bomber tried to swallow a cyanide pill and jump into a river to avoid capture. The cyanide was expired and just made him vomit. The river was about 6 inches deep. He was arrested on the spot, soaking wet and extremely nauseous, in what has to be one of history's most embarrassing assassination attempts. Rough morning for everybody involved, really. Here's where it gets almost unbelievable. Franz Ferdinand, shaken but alive, decided to change his schedule to visit the injured in hospital. Nobody told the driver about the new route. The driver took a wrong turn directly onto a street called Franz Joseph Street. and by sheer, staggering coincidence was going the wrong way down a street where one of the other conspirators, a 19-year-old named Gavrilo Princip, happened to be standing outside a delicatessen, having assumed the whole plot had already failed. The driver realized the mistake and stopped the car to reverse, right in front of Prince Sif. He stepped forward and fired 2 shots point blank from about 5 feet away. One hit the Archduke in the neck. The other hit Sophie in the abdomen. She was pregnant at the time, though few people know that detail. Franz Ferdinand's last words, reportedly, were pleading with his wife to stay alive, for the sake of their children. Both of them were dead within the hour. One wrong turn. One 19-year-old with a pistol who'd already given up. Within 5 weeks, that single moment on that single street had dragged every major power in Europe into a war that would kill somewhere between 15 and 22 million people, depending on which historian you ask and how generously they're counting the deaths from disease and famine that followed. Not bad for an afternoon's work, Gavrilo. Now, obviously, it wasn't just the assassination. Europe in 1914 was a powder keg that had been quietly filling itself for decades. A tangle of military alliances, colonial rivalries, arms races, and nationalist grudges, so complicated that historians still argue about who's most to blame. Austria-Hungary blamed Serbia and issued an ultimatum so harsh it was practically designed to be rejected. Serbia agreed to almost all of it. Genuinely, they caved on nearly everything, but almost all wasn't good enough. Austria-Hungary declared war anyway, and then the dominoes went. Russia, allied with Serbia, began mobilizing. Germany, allied with Austria-Hungary, declared war on Russia, and then, because of an old military plan that assumed France would join in anyway, declared war on France too, and to get to France quickly, marched through neutral Belgium, which pulled Britain into the war to defend Belgian neutrality. Within roughly a month, 5 empires and dozens of nations were at war, over an assassination that most of their populations had already half forgotten about. And here's the part that should really worry you, if you are imagining yourself back there. Because almost every single man who signed up in that first wave did so believing one very specific, very wrong idea. They believed they'd be home by Christmas. We'll get to exactly how wrong that turned out to be. But first, you need to understand what signing up even meant in 1914. Because the recruitment officers weren't handing out survival odds. And the way they got you in that door is honestly a little bit brilliant and a little bit horrifying. Let's talk about you, specifically, for a second. Not a soldier. You. It's August 1914. You're a young man. Let's say a clerk, or a farmhand, or an apprentice at a print shop. Doesn't much matter which. The recruitment posters didn't care what you did for a living. You wake up one morning and the newspapers are full of words like glory, honor, duty, the Hun, civilization itself. There are posters going up on every wall in town. In Britain, there's one with Lord Kitchener's enormous moustache and even more enormous pointing finger, looking directly at you and saying, essentially, yes, you specifically, get in here. In Germany, they're telling you this is a defensive war forced upon a peaceful nation. In France, they're telling you the Germans are already on French soil, and every day you wait is a day closer to your home being next. In Russia, in Austria-Hungary, in every capital, the message is identical in spirit, if not in language. This will be quick. This will be righteous. And if you don't go now, you'll miss it. That last part is doing a lot of work. You'll miss it, like the war was a train or a sale at the market. Miss it. As if the thing waiting on the other side of that recruitment office door was an inconvenience to schedule around, rather than the largest industrialized slaughter humanity had produced up to that point. And here's the thing. You'd believe them, not because you're gullible, because everyone believed them. Military experts on every side genuinely expected a short, decisive war. A few big battles, a clear winner, home by Christmas. The last truly massive European war, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, had been over in about 6 months. Nobody in a position of power had fully reckoned with what modern industrial weaponry, machine guns, quick-firing artillery, barbed wire was about to do to the old idea of a quick, glorious battlefield victory. So, you go. Recruitment offices across Europe were mobbed in those first weeks. Genuinely mobbed. Men queuing around city blocks, lying about their age to get in. Britain alone saw over 1 million men volunteer in the first 8 months of the war, entirely without conscription. Because the entire cultural machine, newspapers, churches, your own mother, probably, was telling you this was the great adventure of your generation, and you'd regret it forever if you sat it out. Some estimates suggest as many as 250,000 boys under the official enlistment age of 18 managed to join the British Army alone, some as young as 12, 13, 14, because recruiting sergeants were paid per recruit and had every incentive not to look too closely at a nervous 15-year-old claiming to be 19. Imagine it being your parenting nightmare. Timmy went out for milk and came back a private in the King's Own. You get your uniform. It doesn't fit. Nothing fits. They're mass-producing these things faster than tailors can measure anyone. You get a few weeks, maybe a couple of months of training. Bayonet drills, marching, basic rifle handling. Nowhere near enough to actually prepare you for what's coming, but enough to make you feel prepared, which, it turns out, is a very different thing. You get put on a train and then a boat, and suddenly you're in France or Belgium or the Eastern Front, and the war that was supposed to be over by Christmas is about to teach an entire generation exactly how wrong supposed to be can turn out. And this right here is survival problem number one. You didn't sign up for what was actually about to happen. Nobody did. You signed up for a heroic short story. What you got was an industrial meat grinder that would run continuously for 4 years, 3 months, and 2 weeks. And the very first sign of just how wrong the quick war theory was going to be happened almost immediately, in a battle along a single river in France where over 2 million men would collide in the span of about a week, and where the fate of the entire war would arguably be decided before most of the soldiers involved had even fired a shot in anger yet. September 1914. The Germans had steamrolled through Belgium and into northern France almost exactly as planned, following something called the Schlieffen Plan, a strategy cooked up years earlier that basically said, swing a massive army in a wide arc through Belgium, avoid France's heavily fortified eastern border, encircle Paris, and knock France out of the war in about 6 weeks, before Russia could even finish mobilizing its notoriously slow army in the east. For about a month, it was working. German troops were within 30 miles of Paris. The French government had already packed up and relocated to Bordeaux, which, if you're keeping score at home, is not generally a move you make when things are going well. Nothing says we're confident in our position quite like the entire government quietly leaving town. But the German advance had a problem. It had moved so fast and so far that the army was exhausted. Its supply lines were stretched to the breaking point and, critically, a gap had opened up between two of the advancing German armies. The French, with a genuinely desperate assist from a small British expeditionary force, spotted that gap and drove straight into it. This is where you get one of the more famous, slightly absurd details of the entire war, with French reserves needed at the front urgently and regular transport. Overwhelmed, the military governor of Paris commandeered roughly 600 Parisian taxicabs, actual civilian taxis cabs, actual civilian taxis cabs, actual civilian taxis cabs, actual civilian taxis to the battlefield. It's since become a bit of a legend, and historians debate how much it actually mattered militarily versus how good it looked in the newspapers. But either way, picture it. You're a cab driver in Paris. Tuesday, you're taking someone to the opera. Thursday, you're driving a load of infantrymen toward a battle that's going to help decide the fate of Western civilization. Meter running the whole time, presumably, because the French were reportedly reimbursed for it. Somewhere, a Parisian taxi driver has the single greatest, you'll never believe what happened at work story of all time. The fighting itself, across the Marne and Arc rivers, lasted about a week and involved somewhere north of 2 million men. It was chaotic, brutal, and, critically, it worked. The German advance was stopped. The Germans fell back and dug in along a defensive line to the north, and the French and British followed and dug in facing them. And that's the moment. Right there, that act of digging in. That quietly ended the entire quick war fantasy, though almost nobody realized it yet. Because once both sides stopped retreating and started digging trenches for cover, neither side could break through the other's lines. So they extended those trenches sideways, trying to outflank each other, and the enemy extended theirs to match. And this happened again and again in what historians later nicknamed the Race to the Sea, until by late 1914 there was a continuous line of trenches running roughly 475 miles from the Belgian coast all the way down to the Swiss border. 475 miles of ditch. That's roughly the distance from New York City to Cleveland. If instead of a highway you built two facing walls of mud, barbed wire, and machine guns, and then made a generation of young men live in the gap between them for 4 years, the war that was supposed to be over by Christmas had just, in a very real sense, only begun. Both sides had expected movement, maneuver, decisive cavalry charges, glorious breakthroughs. What they got instead was a static, grinding, mile-by-mile horror where the front line would barely move more than a few miles in either direction for the next 3 years, no matter how many hundreds of thousands of men were thrown at it. And that ditch, that specific, miserable, waterlogged ditch, is where you're about to spend the rest of this story. Second person now. This part's about you. You arrive at the front at night because moving in daylight gets you shot. You're marched single file along a communication trench, a zigzagging ditch dug specifically so that if the enemy manages to fire down its length, they can only kill the 2 or 3 men directly in front of them instead of everyone behind. Small mercies. The trench itself is not what you pictured. You pictured maybe something like a long, straight hallway. It's not. It's dug in a zigzag pattern too, called a traverse system, again so that an exploding shell or an enemy who breaks through can't sweep the entire length of it in one go. This means every 10 or 15 feet you turn a corner. You will turn approximately 4,000 corners over the course of this war, and you will trip over sandbags, at least half of them, in the dark, while carrying 60+ pounds of equipment. Not exactly the open concept floor plan you were promised. The floor of the trench, if you're lucky, has wooden slats called duckboards, laid down over the mud to keep you slightly above the worst of it. If you're not lucky, and much of the time you're not, you're standing directly in mud, and not the pleasant solid kind. Trench mud, especially in Flanders, the region of Belgium where a huge amount of this war's worst fighting happened, was a specific kind of horror. Thick, waterlogged clay, churned endlessly by artillery, that could reach knee-deep, waist-deep, sometimes deep enough to genuinely drown a man who lost his footing and couldn't get free. There are documented cases of soldiers and pack animals disappearing into it entirely. Not your memory foam mattress, not even close. This is a substance that has killed people by simply existing. Now, your living quarters. You might get a dugout, a hole carved into the trench wall, sometimes reinforced with timber and corrugated iron, just deep enough to keep the worst of the shrapnel out. If you're an officer, that dugout might have a bed frame, a table, maybe a stove. If you're not an officer, and statistically you're not, you're sleeping sitting up, in a mud alcove called a funk hole carved directly into the trench wall, wrapped in a single damp wool blanket with your rifle across your knees, for however many hours of sleep the rotation allows you, which on a bad week might be 2 or 3 hours a night, interrupted constantly. You will not be dry. Understand that now, completely, and let it go. You will not be dry for weeks at a time. Your boots, your socks, your uniform, perpetually damp, perpetually cold, and this single fact alone is about to become one of your first genuine survival problems. But first, let's talk about who's already living in this trench with you, because you are not the first tenant. There is an entire ecosystem down here that considers you specifically to be lunch. And it's not one thing, it's at least 3. Roommate 1, the lice. Within about 2 weeks of arriving at the front, you will be infested with body lice. Not might be, will be. Estimates from the war suggest that somewhere around 97% of frontline soldiers were lice-infested at any given time, meaning the rare lice-free soldier was the anomaly, not you. Imagine your worst work-from-home distraction. Now imagine it lives in the seams of your only clothing, bites you continuously day and night, and cannot be fired, quit, or muted. Soldiers developed an entire subculture around dealing with them. A practice nicknamed chatting or reading your shirt, where you'd sit and methodically run a candle flame or your thumbnail along every seam of your uniform, popping the eggs one by one for an activity that could eat up a genuine chunk of your limited downtime. It rarely worked for long. The lice weren't just an itch either. They were a disease vector, responsible for something called trench fever, a genuinely miserable illness causing high fevers, headaches, and bone pains so severe, some soldiers described it as feeling like their shins were being sawed in half. Trench fever alone is estimated to have affected somewhere around 1 million men across all armies during the war. Roommate 2, the rats. Trenches were, structurally speaking, an absolute paradise for rats. Endless food scraps, endless shelter, and grimly, an endless supply of the one thing rats find most nutritious of all: corpses. Because of how static this war was, bodies, human and animal both, often couldn't be safely retrieved from no man's land, the deadly strip of ground between opposing trenches, and simply stayed there, sometimes for months. The rat population exploded to the point where soldiers described rats the size of house cats, old enough to run across sleeping men's faces, chew through kit bags, and, according to more than a few soldier accounts, actually attack wounded or sleeping men who couldn't fight back. On the bright side, if you were ever short on entertainment, rat hunting with bayonets and improvised clubs became a genuinely popular pastime. Some units held informal competitions. Silver lining. Extremely small, extremely furry silver lining. Roommate 3, the mud, revisited. And what it does to your feet. Remember that perpetual dampness we talked about? Here's the payoff. Standing for days at a time in cold, wet mud without being able to properly dry your feet causes a condition called trench foot. The skin turns red, then blue, then black, swells, blisters, and in serious cases begins to rot, with gangrene setting in. If gangrene sets in badly enough, amputation is the only fix. The British Army alone recorded roughly 20,000 cases of trench foot in the winter of 1914 to 1915 alone, before commanders started enforcing preventive measures, rotating men out of wet trenches regularly, issuing spare socks, and rubbing whale oil into feet as a barrier, which, incidentally, is not a sentence anyone expected to say about modern industrial warfare, and yet, here we are. Somewhere, a British quartermaster's official job description briefly included acquire enormous quantities of whale oil. History is full of surprises. So let's tally where you stand, barely 2 weeks into your deployment. You're infested with lice carrying a bone fever disease. You're sharing your home with aggressive cat-sized rats, and your feet are actively beginning to rot inside boots that haven't been dry since you arrived. And I want to be very clear about this. Nobody has shot at you yet. This is just Tuesday, because now we need to talk about what happens when someone actually does start shooting. And I promise you, the disease and the rats are about to feel like the good old days. Here's a number that historians consider one of the single most important, most under-discussed facts of the entire war: artillery. Not rifles, not machine guns, not gas, not bayonets, is estimated to have caused somewhere between 60% and 70% of all deaths in the First World War. Not the rifle in your hands. Not the man across no man's land aiming at you personally. A shell fired from a gun you will likely never see, by a crew who will likely never see you, from as far as 10 or 15 miles away. Guided by aerial spotters or mathematical calculation rather than a human eye on a human target. This matters psychologically, in a way that's hard to overstate. Every previous war in human history had at least the grim dignity of combat being, on some level, a human-scale event. You could see your enemy, understand the shape of the danger, exercise some form of skill or courage against it. Artillery removed that entirely. You can't outfight a shell. You cannot be brave at a shell. You simply hear a whistle, or you don't hear anything at all. And then either you're alive or you're not, decided by a margin of feet that has nothing to do with anything you did or didn't do correctly. Let's talk about what these shells actually did, because artillery undersells it. A high explosive shell, on direct impact, could destroy a man so completely that there was, quite literally, nothing left to bury, no body, no fragments sufficient for identification. This is a significant part of why, on war memorials across Europe, you'll find enormous lists of names under the heading Missing, Presumed Dead. Not because their fate was unknown, but because there was, in the most literal sense, no physical evidence of them left to recover. Sit with that for a second. An entire human being. Habits, memories, a mother somewhere who packed his bag. Gone so completely that history has nowhere to point and say, here. Shrapnel shells were a different, equally horrifying variant, designed to burst in the air above a target, spraying hundreds of metal balls or fragments downward across a wide area, purpose-built to maximize the number of men wounded or killed per shell. And then there's the sheer volume. By the later years of the war, Both sides were firing so many millions of shells that entire stretches of the landscape in places like the Somme and Verdun were reduced to a cratered, barren wasteland with barely a tree, a building, or a blade of grass left recognizable for miles. Some of those craters and some of the unexploded shells buried in that ground are still being found and cleared by specialist teams in France and Belgium. Over a century later, there's a name for it: the iron harvest, the ongoing, still active process of farmers turning up live ordnance in their fields every single spring, more than 100 years on. France still loses munitions disposal personnel to this day, working to clear shells fired before your great-great-grandparents were born. Now, the actual experience, for you personally in that trench. Sustained artillery bombardment, sometimes lasting days at a stretch. The preliminary bombardment before the Battle of the Somme, which we'll get to, lasted a full week, continuously, produced a condition soldiers and doctors alike struggled to even name at the time. They called it shell shock. We'd now recognize much of it as post-traumatic stress and acute combat trauma. But in 1914, medicine had no real framework for it. Men would develop uncontrollable tremors, become mute, lose the ability to walk despite no physical injury, relive the sound of shell fire in violent flashbacks. Tragically, some commanders viewed this as cowardice or malingering rather than a genuine medical injury, and a number of men suffering from what we'd now clearly recognize as severe trauma were court-martialed and, in some documented cases, executed for desertion or cowardice, decisions that, in the decades since, several governments have formally apologized for or posthumously pardoned. Britain executed over 300 of its own soldiers during the war for offenses including desertion, men who in many cases historians now believe were suffering from conditions we would today treat with genuine medical compassion, not a firing squad. So, recap where you stand: infested, disease-ridden, feet rotting, and now facing a weapon that can end your existence so completely there's nothing left to identify. A weapon you cannot see coming, cannot outrun, and cannot be brave against. That will, statistically, be the single most likely cause of your death, if you die in this war at all. And we haven't even gotten to the moment the war got a lot worse. The afternoon in April 1915, when soldiers on the Western Front looked up and saw a strange yellow-green cloud drifting slowly toward their trenches, and had absolutely no idea, none, what it was about to do to them. It's April 22nd, 1915, near a Belgian town called Ypres. Soldiers pronounced it wipers because of course they did. If you're going to be miserable somewhere for years, you might as well make fun of how to say it. French and Algerian colonial troops are holding a section of the line when they notice something strange drifting across no man's land from the German trenches. A low, greenish-yellow cloud rolling slowly along the ground like fog with a grudge. Nobody knew what it was. There was no protocol, no warning, no gas masks issued, because this was the first large-scale use of chlorine gas as a weapon in the history of warfare, and the men in those trenches were, in the most horrifying sense, the test subjects. Chlorine gas is heavier than air, which is a brutal detail once you understand trench geography. It doesn't drift harmlessly overhead. It sinks, pools, and flows directly into the low ground. The dugouts, the exact places soldiers had been trained to take cover in for protection from bullets and shrapnel. The very instinct that had kept you alive for months, get low, get under cover, became, in this one specific circumstance, a death sentence. The gas reacts with moisture in the eyes, throat, and lungs to form hydrochloric acid, essentially burning you from the inside out, filling the lungs with fluid until men drowned upright on dry land, in their own bodies. Somewhere around 6,000 French and colonial troops were killed or incapacitated in a matter of minutes that first day, and a 4-mile gap tore open in the Allied line, a gap so large the Germans could plausibly have broken straight through to the Belgian coast. And here's the darkly absurd twist. The German High Command hadn't actually expected the attack to work this well, and hadn't brought up nearly enough reserve troops to properly exploit the breakthrough. They achieved one of the most horrifying tactical successes of the entire war, and then didn't have quite enough soldiers standing by to actually capitalize on it. Imagine inventing a genuinely apocalyptic new weapon, having it work exactly as planned, and still somehow fumbling the follow-through. Even the architects of chemical warfare had a bad day at the office sometimes. Within weeks, gas warfare escalated on both sides. First chlorine, then phosgene, which was more lethal but harder to detect because it had a comparatively faint smell, often described as freshly cut hay, meaning you could be breathing in a fatal dose without immediately realizing anything was wrong. And then, later in the war, mustard gas, which didn't even need to be inhaled to hurt you. It was an agent that blistered any skin it touched, blinded men temporarily or permanently, and lingered in the soil and clothing for days, meaning a shell crater that looked perfectly safe to shelter in could still be actively poisoning you hours after the attack ended. Soldiers improvised in the early days with genuinely desperate countermeasures. Pieces of cloth soaked in water, or, in a detail that sounds almost too grim to be true but is extensively documented, soaked in urine because the ammonia was believed to help neutralize the chlorine. Picture that as your entire air filtration system. A rag, someone else's urine, and hope. Not exactly a HEPA filter, but it's what you had. And when the alternative is your lungs dissolving, you use it. Proper gas masks eventually followed, and they did save an enormous number of lives. But they came with their own brutal cost to your odds of survival. A gas alarm meant scrambling to get a mask on in seconds, often while under simultaneous artillery bombardment, because gas attacks were frequently timed to coincide with shelling specifically to make mask discipline harder. Masks fobbed up, made it nearly impossible to communicate, restricted your field of vision, and had to be worn for hours at a time in full physical exertion, all while you continued trying to fight or dig or simply survive. Whatever else was happening around you, by the war's end, gas had been used by every major combatant, and while it's often remembered as one of the war's signature horrors, it's worth knowing the actual math. Gas casualties are estimated at around 1.3 million across all armies, but the death rate among those gassed was relatively lower than you'd expect, somewhere around 3%, largely because masks improved so quickly. The larger legacy wasn't the raw kill count, it was the psychological one. Gas turned the very air you breathed into a potential weapon, meaning there was no longer a single moment in the trenches, gunfire or not, where you could feel fully safe. And it's precisely because of that horror that most nations agreed after the war to ban chemical weapons in future conflicts entirely. One of the very few pieces of good news to come directly out of this story. So now your list of ways to die has expanded to include the air itself. And still, we haven't gotten to the battles history remembers as the truly infamous ones. Because compared to what's coming at Gallipoli, at Verdun, and at the Somme, everything you've just survived was, brutally, the warm-up act. Let's go to the beaches. Early 1915. The Western Front has become the stalemate we just described, a static horror line neither side can break. So the Allies, particularly Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, a young and ambitious politician named Winston Churchill, propose an alternative. What if, instead of grinding away in France, you opened up an entirely new front, knocked the Ottoman Empire out of the war, secured a supply route to Russia, and did it all with a relatively small, elegant operation that avoided the meat grinder entirely? The plan: force a fleet through the Dardanelles Strait, a narrow, heavily fortified waterway in modern-day Turkey, threaten the Ottoman capital of Constantinople directly, and land troops on the Gallipoli Peninsula to secure the operation. On paper, elegant. In practice, catastrophic almost immediately. The initial naval assault in March 1915 ran straight into a minefield the Allies didn't know about, losing several battleships within hours and forcing a retreat before troops had even landed. This gave the Ottomans, under the command of a talented officer you may have heard of, a young colonel named Mustafa Kemal, who would later found the modern Republic of Turkey and become known as Ataturk. Weeks of extra time to dramatically reinforce the peninsula's defenses before any Allied soldier set foot on the beach. Nothing quite says. Element of surprise, thoroughly wasted, like giving your enemy a month's advance notice and a battleship graveyard as a preview. When the amphibious landings finally happened in April 1915, the terrain itself became one of the deadliest enemies of the entire campaign. Steep cliffs, narrow beaches, and defenders positioned on the high ground with commanding views of every single landing point. At a beach nicknamed Anzac Cove, landing site for the newly formed Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, many of them in their first ever combat deployment. The troops were actually landed at the wrong beach entirely, in the dark. dropped beneath cliffs far steeper and more heavily defended than the flat ground they'd trained to assault. You climb off a small boat under fire, in the dark, onto a beach that isn't the one on your map. Beneath cliffs held by defenders who can see every inch of sand you're standing on. Bad start to a Wednesday. The campaign that was supposed to be a quick knockout blow instead became an 8-month siege. Trench warfare on a cramped, sun-baked peninsula, arguably even more physically miserable in some respects than France. Soldiers dealt with plagues of flies breeding in the unburied dead and the poor sanitation of cramped trenches, dysentery so widespread that entire units were incapacitated by it, and summer heat that made water shortages a constant, dangerous problem alongside everything else trying to kill you. By the time the Allies finally, quietly evacuated the peninsula in January 1916, in what's often considered the single most successful part of the entire campaign, a masterfully executed withdrawal that fooled the Ottomans and resulted in remarkably few casualties on the way out. The campaign had cost around 250,000 Allied casualties and a broadly similar number on the Ottoman side. For a strategic objective that was never achieved, Constantinople was never threatened. The Dardanelles never opened, and Winston Churchill, the plan's chief political champion, saw his political career badly damaged for years afterward, eventually resigning his government post over the fiasco. For Australia and New Zealand specifically, Gallipoli left a legacy far beyond its military failure. It's still marked every year on April 25th as Anzac Day, one of the most significant days of national remembrance in either country. Born directly out of this 8-month catastrophe on a peninsula most of those young soldiers had never heard of before they were sent to die on it. You survived the trenches. You survived the gas. If you'd been sent to Gallipoli instead, you'd now be adding cliffside machine gun nests, dysentery, and swarms of corpse flies to that survival list, and you still wouldn't have accomplished the mission. But Gallipoli, for all its horror, was a side theater, the war's true center of gravity, the battle that has become shorthand across the world for sheer, pointless, grinding slaughter was still being fought along the Western Front. And in 1916, at a French town most people had never heard of before that year, it was about to reach a level of sustained horror that even veterans of the trenches weren't fully prepared for. Its name was Verdun. The German High Command in early 1916, led by General Erich von Falkenhayn, developed a strategy that is genuinely chilling once you understand its actual goal. Verdun, a historic fortress town in northeastern France, held deep symbolic importance to French national pride. It had stood as a fortified frontier stronghold for centuries. Falkenhayn's plan wasn't really to capture it outright. His stated goal, in his own words, was to select a target the French would be forced to defend at any cost, and then simply grind away at the French army defending it until France, in his phrase, left white. Read that again. The entire strategic objective of one of history's longest and bloodiest battles was not to win ground. It was to make the other side keep sending men to die, on purpose, as a form of attrition, treating human lives as the actual currency being spent rather than territory. Somewhere a general is drawing up a battle plan whose stated purpose is make them keep dying here on purpose, and somehow that's not even the darkest strategic decision of this war. The battle opened on February 21st, 1916, with one of the most concentrated artillery bombardments the world had ever seen up to that point. Over 1 million shells fired in the first day alone, an assault so intense that soldiers described the ground itself seeming to physically heave and roll like the surface of the sea. The initial German assault pushed forward significantly, capturing key French forts, but the French, under General Philippe Pétain, organized a defense built around a single, brutally simple principle. They would rotate divisions through the battle continuously, in and out, so that no single unit spent too long inside the meat grinder at once, keeping the army's overall morale from collapsing entirely even as it was fed, division by division, into the same killing ground. Supplying that defense required one of the war's genuine logistical miracles. A single narrow road running into Verdun, nicknamed the Voie Sacrée, the Sacred Way, along which an estimated one truck passed every 14 seconds around the clock for months, keeping an entire battle alive through a single fragile artery of gravel and diesel. The fighting ground on for 10 full months. Entire villages near the battlefield were shelled so completely, so many times, that they were never rebuilt. They're still marked on French maps today as villages that died for France. administratively existing but physically gone, wiped so thoroughly off the earth that in some cases you can only trace the outline of where a street or a church once stood. By the time the battle finally sputtered to a close in December 1916, the front line had moved only a few miles in either direction across 10 months of continuous fighting, and the combined casualties on both sides are estimated at somewhere between 700,000 and 1 million men killed, wounded, or missing, for a battlefield that, strategically, ended up almost exactly where it started. 700,000 to 1 million casualties. To move a battle line by roughly the distance you'd cover walking to the corner shop and back. Sit with that math for a second, because we're about to do it again, on an even larger scale, in a battle that started that same summer, less than 100 miles away. We're going to the Somme next, and I need you to prepare yourself, because the opening day of that battle alone produced a single-day casualty figure so staggering that it remains, to this day, the worst day in the entire history of the British Army. Let's go. July 1st, 1916. Northern France. Along the River Somme. The plan, this time, was British-led. A massive, week-long preliminary bombardment. Over 1.5 million shells fired at the German lines, intended to obliterate the enemy's barbed wire and trench defenses so thoroughly that when British infantry finally climbed out and advanced, they would essentially be walking into an already cleared, already broken position. Some units were actually ordered to advance at a slow walk, in orderly lines rather than run, partly because many of the soldiers were newly trained volunteers from Kitchener's recruitment drives rather than seasoned professionals, and commanders believed a controlled, disciplined walk would be more manageable than a chaotic charge, and partly because they simply didn't believe there would be much left alive on the other side to shoot back. They were catastrophically wrong. The bombardment, for all its scale, had failed to destroy nearly as much of the German barbed wire and deep concrete bunkers as commanders assumed. Many German defenders had simply waited it out in bunkers, dug deep enough to survive the shelling, and when the barrage lifted and the whistles blew, they climbed back up to their machine gun positions with the German lines still very much intact, facing thousands of men walking upright at a slow, steady pace directly across open ground toward them. You already know how this ends, because we opened this entire story standing in exactly this moment. This is the whistle. This is the ladder. On that single day, July 1st, 1916, the British Army suffered approximately 57,000 casualties. Just shy of 20,000 of those men were killed outright on that one morning, making it, to this day, the single deadliest day in the entire history of the British Army, before or since in any war. 57,000 casualties in a single morning. That's roughly the entire population of a mid-sized modern town, gone or wounded, before most people back home had even finished their breakfast. And devastatingly, the battle didn't stop there. It continued, grinding on for another 4.5 months, through the summer and into the freezing mud of November, in a series of smaller, brutal, incremental attacks that gained, in total, over that entire 5-month span, roughly 7 miles of ground. Combined casualties across both sides by the time the battle finally petered out are estimated at over 1 million men killed, wounded, or missing. 7 miles. A distance you could comfortably jog before breakfast. 1 million human beings, roughly, to move a battle line that far. There was, amid all of this, one genuine technological milestone. The Battle of the Somme saw the first ever combat use of the tank in September 1916, lumbering, mechanically unreliable, often breaking down or getting stuck in the very mud they were meant to help cross, but a hint of the kind of warfare that would eventually help break this stalemate. Not yet, though. Not for a while yet. If you'd been standing in that trench on the morning of July 1st, 1916, one of roughly 120,000 British soldiers who went over the top that day, your odds, statistically, of becoming a casualty before lunchtime were somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 in 2. A coin flip. Not a metaphorical one. An actual, literal coin flip, decided by machine gun fire, standing between you and the rest of your life. Now, I want to pull back from the trenches for a moment, because as horrifying as the Western Front was, it wasn't the only place this war was quietly trying to kill you. Some of the deadliest threats of the entire conflict weren't waiting in a trench at all. They were waiting under the water. Britain, as an island nation, depended enormously on merchant shipping to keep itself fed and supplied. Food, raw materials, war goods, all of it arriving by sea. Germany's answer to that dependency was the U-boat, the submarine. deployed in a camp campaign of what came to be called unrestricted submarine warfare, sinking any vessel in certain declared war zones, including civilian and merchant ships, without the traditional warning or opportunity for passengers and crew to evacuate that older naval conventions had required. On May 7, 1915, a German U-boat torpedoed the RMS Lusitania, a British ocean liner, off the coast of Ireland. The ship sank in under 20 minutes, a shockingly fast sinking for a vessel that size, likely worsened by a mysterious secondary internal explosion after the torpedo hit, something historians still debate the exact cause of. Of the nearly 2,000 people aboard, close to 1,200 died, including well over 100 American civilians. The sinking caused international outrage, particularly in the still neutral United States, and is widely remembered as one of the key events that gradually shifted American public opinion toward joining the war, though it would still take nearly 2 more years and one more major provocation before America actually entered the conflict. That final provocation arrived via, of all things, a leaked diplomatic telegram. In January 1917, British intelligence intercepted and decoded a secret message from the German Foreign Secretary, Arthur Zimmermann, to Germany's ambassador in Mexico, proposing that if the United States entered the war against Germany, Germany would support Mexico in reclaiming territory it had lost to the US decades earlier: Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Take a moment to appreciate the sheer diplomatic audacity of that plan. A German official, mid-World War, thought the winning move was to casually offer Mexico a slice of the American Southwest in exchange for a favor, apparently banking on nobody ever finding out. Somebody in German intelligence really did not think that one through. The telegram was published in American newspapers in early March 1917, causing a wave of public fury, and combined with continued unrestricted submarine attacks sinking American ships, the United States formally declared war on Germany on April 6, 1917. American troops wouldn't arrive on the Western Front in truly significant numbers for another year, but their eventual arrival, fresh, well-supplied, and not yet exhausted by years of grinding attrition, would prove decisive in the war's final chapter. But before that final chapter, there was one more battle you need to survive. And if the Somme was defined by open ground and machine guns, this next one is defined by a single, simple substance that had already been trying to kill you since the day you arrived at the front: mud. Except this time, it wasn't just an inconvenience. It became, quite literally, the primary killer. Passchendaele, officially the Third Battle of Ypres, ran from July to November 1917, back in that same low-lying, waterlogged region of Belgium where the war's first gas attack had happened 2 years earlier. The preliminary bombardment for this battle, again over a week of continuous shelling, millions of shells, had a catastrophic unintended side effect. It completely destroyed the region's centuries-old drainage systems, the network of dikes and canals that had, for generations, kept this naturally low, wet Flemish farmland from simply reverting to swamp. And then it rained. Some of the heaviest rainfall the region had seen in decades, arriving right as the ground's ability to drain any of it away had just been obliterated by artillery. The result was a battlefield that, in places, became functionally indistinguishable from a bog mud deep enough to swallow men, horses, and even tanks whole. Soldier accounts from Passchendaele describe wounded men drowning in shell craters filled with mud and water because rescue parties simply couldn't reach them in time, weighed down themselves by the same clinging, thigh-deep mud that made every single movement across the battlefield exhausting and dangerous, even without a single shot being fired. Imagine training your entire life, surviving years of war already, and then dying not from a bullet, not from a shell, but from drowning in the mud of your own battlefield. 20 feet from men who could see you and couldn't reach you in time. The battleground on for over 3 months, eventually capturing the small, shattered village of Passchendaele itself in November 1917, a village that had been reduced by that point to a few bricks and a name on a map, at a combined cost estimated at somewhere around 500,000 casualties on both sides. A number of historians consider Passchendaele the definitive symbol of the entire war's futility, an enormous, horrifying cost, paid for a strip of ruined ground that would, within months of the war's end, hold no strategic value whatsoever. You have now, In the span of this story, survived lice, rats, trench foot, artillery, poison gas, cliffside machine gun nests, a 10-month meat grinder at Verdun, the single bloodiest day in British military history at the Somme, and a battlefield that tried to drown you in mud at Passchendaele. And here, right here, as 1918 begins, as the war finally starts showing real signs of movement for the first time in years, is where the story takes its cruelest turn yet. Because the single deadliest killer of this entire era wasn't a weapon at all. It hadn't been designed by any general on any side for any strategic purpose. It arrived quietly in army camps, completely unannounced. And by the time anyone understood what it actually was, it had already started killing on a scale that would, within about 18 months, dwarf the death toll of the entire war that came before it. Historians still debate exactly where the 1918 influenza pandemic first emerged. Candidate origins include army camps in Kansas, military bases in France, and troop staging areas in China. But wherever it started, it found the perfect conditions to spread in the very war that was already underway. Massive numbers of young men packed together in crowded camps, trenches, troop ships, and field hospitals, constantly moving across borders and continents, exhausted, malnourished, and immune-compromised from years of stress, malnutrition. It's often called the Spanish flu. But that name is, genuinely, a historical accident and something of an injustice. Spain wasn't the origin, and likely wasn't even hit particularly harder than anywhere else. It simply wasn't a combatant in the war. So unlike Britain, France, Germany, or the United States, Spanish newspapers weren't operating under wartime censorship and freely reported on the outbreak while other nations were actively suppressing bad news to protect civilian morale. Spain talked about it openly. Everyone else pretended for a while that it wasn't happening. So the disease got named after the one country honest enough to admit it had a problem. Rough deal, Spain. You didn't even do anything wrong here. What made this particular strain of influenza so uniquely horrifying wasn't just its contagiousness. It was who it killed. Ordinary flu strains are typically most dangerous to the very young and the very old, people with weaker immune systems. This strain did something almost unheard of. It disproportionately killed healthy young adults in their 20s and 30s, the exact same demographic already being devastated by the war itself. The leading theory is a phenomenon called a cytokine storm, where a particularly strong, healthy immune system overreacts so violently to the infection that the immune response itself becomes the thing that kills you, flooding and destroying the lungs from the inside. Think about the sheer cosmic unfairness of that mechanism for a second. The stronger and healthier your immune system, the very trait that might have helped you survive years of trench warfare, became, in this specific case, the reason you were more likely to die. The disease moved in waves across 1918 and into 1919, and the second wave, arriving in the autumn of 1918, was catastrophically more lethal than the first, possibly because a more virulent mutated strain was actively spread by the enormous chaotic troop movements of that stage of the war. Symptoms could progress with terrifying speed. Soldiers and civilians alike reported healthy people becoming critically ill within hours with a distinctive, horrifying symptom where victims' skin would turn a dark, bluish color as their lungs filled with fluid and oxygen levels collapsed. A sign so specific that doctors at the time used it as a grim predictor of who was unlikely to survive the night. Estimates of the total global death toll from the pandemic vary enormously depending on the source, ranging from around 50 million up to as high as 100 million people worldwide. A range so wide specifically because record-keeping in large parts of the world at the time, especially in colonized and rural regions with limited medical infrastructure, was simply too poor to ever produce an exact number. Even using the lower end of that estimate, the influenza pandemic killed more people in about 18 months than the entirety of World War I killed in over 4 years of active combat. Sit with that. You could have survived the trenches. You could have survived the gas, survived Verdun, survived the Somme, survived Passchendaele, and then come home in 1918. Walked through your own front door as a genuine celebrated survivor of the worst war humanity had produced, and been dead within a week from a cough you caught on the troop home. There is no cliffhanger joke I can make that properly lands after that fact. It's simply unbelievably true. Meanwhile, the war itself was finally, after nearly 4 years of static horror, starting to move. In the spring of 1918, Germany, freed from fighting Russia after the collapse of the Russian government in the 1917 revolution and Russia's subsequent exit from the war, launched a massive last-ditch offensive on the Western Front, hoping to force a decisive breakthrough before the full weight of American manpower arrived to overwhelm them. The offensive, known as the Spring Offensive, achieved genuinely dramatic early gains, the most significant territorial movement either side had managed in years, briefly threatening to break the stalemate entirely in Germany's favor. But it came at an enormous cost, exhausting German reserves of manpower and supplies that, unlike the Allies, Germany had no way to meaningfully replace. American troops, meanwhile, were arriving in France at a rate of around 10,000 men per day by mid-1918, fresh, well-fed, and full of the same naive optimism that had sent European boys off to war 4 years earlier, except this time backed by the industrial and manpower resources of an entire untouched continent. By August 1918, the Allies launched a sustained, coordinated counteroffensive, a series of battles historians collectively call the 100 Days Offensive, that finally, decisively, broke the German army's ability to continue effective resistance. Unlike nearly every previous major push of this war, this offensive actually kept moving, using improved tank tactics, coordinated infantry and artillery advances, and, crucially, an exhausted, undersupplied, and increasingly mutinous German army on the other side of no man's land, worn down by 4 years of blockade-induced food shortages back home and military losses it could no longer sustain. By early November 1918, with Allied forces steadily advancing, German naval sailors mutinying, rather than sail into one final suicidal battle, and open revolution breaking out in German cities, Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated the throne and fled into exile in the Netherlands. A new German civilian government, inheriting a collapsing war effort it had no part in starting, requested an armistice. At 5 a.m. on November 11, 1918, in a railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne, France, that armistice was signed. And here is one final, almost unbearable detail worth knowing. The ceasefire wasn't set to begin immediately upon signing. It was scheduled for the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, 11 a.m., a full 6 hours after the paperwork had already been finalized, chosen for its poetic, symmetrical timing, which meant that for 6 entire hours, after the war was already functionally over on paper, fighting continued along the front. Commanders on both sides, for a mix of reasons ranging from simple communication delays to, in some documented and deeply disturbing cases, a desire to claim one final tactical victory or use up remaining ammunition rather than haul it back home, kept their men fighting. An estimated 11,000 casualties, including around 2,800 deaths, occurred on that single final morning of the war, after the armistice had already been signed, before it had technically taken effect. One of the last recorded deaths of the entire war was an American soldier named Henry Gunther, killed at 10:59 a.m., 1 minute before the ceasefire officially began, reportedly while charging a German machine gun position that, according to multiple accounts, the German soldiers manning it were visibly trying to wave him off from, already aware the war was about to end and having no wish to kill anyone in its final 60 seconds. Read that again, slowly, because it deserves it. Men who had spent 4 years trying to kill each other were, in their absolute final minute of the war, trying to save a stranger's life instead, and it still wasn't enough. At 11 a.m., across 475 miles of trenches, the guns finally, genuinely fell silent. Soldiers on both sides described the resulting quiet as almost physically disorienting. An entire generation of young men who had lived inside a continuous wall of noise for years, suddenly confronted with silence so complete that several accounts describe it as unsettling, even frightening in its own strange way. So, final tally, since we opened the story, asking whether you, specifically, would have survived all of this. Let's actually do the math together. Before we get there, though, there's a part of this story we've skipped past almost entirely, and it's worth slowing down for, because it's the part that would have worn you down even on the days nobody was shooting at you at all, what you actually ate, and what normal life in a trench looked like, day to day, for the roughly 90% of your time at the front that wasn't spent in an actual battle. Food. Let's talk about food. because a relationship with it is about to change dramatically. British rations typically centered around hard, dense biscuits nicknamed dog biscuits by the men forced to eat them, tinned corned beef known universally as bully beef, and a thin, watery stew whenever field kitchens could get hot food up to the line at all, which, depending on how active the fighting was, might be once a day, once every few days, or, during a serious bombardment, not at all. Bread, when it arrived, was often stale by the time it reached the front, sometimes moldy, sometimes shared with or stolen by the rat population we already discussed. Tea was, for British troops specifically, treated with something approaching religious importance. A hot mug of tea was considered such an essential morale tool that units would risk lighting small fires even under dangerous conditions just to boil water for it. The French relied more heavily on wine as a daily ration, genuinely believed by military authorities at the time to help steady nerves and provide morale, distributed in small but regular quantities as an official part of the daily supply chain. Imagine your employer's idea of a wellness benefit being a small ration of wine issued alongside your ammunition, because the alternative is you having a nervous breakdown by Thursday. German rations, particularly by the later years of the war, suffered badly from the effects of the Allied naval blockade, which cut off huge amounts of food imports to Germany and progressively worsened conditions on both the military and civilian side. By 1917, German soldiers and the German home front alike were enduring what became known as the turnip winter, a period of severe food shortages where turnips, normally considered barely adequate livestock feed, became a primary substitute for potatoes, bread, and meat across the country. Malnutrition among German troops by the war's final year was a serious, widely acknowledged problem, one that significantly weakened the army's physical capacity to sustain the offensives of 1918. Sleep, as we touched on earlier, was scarce and fragmented, but it's worth understanding just how disruptive the actual rotation schedule was. A typical infantry unit's time is divided between frontline trenches, support trenches slightly further back, reserve positions further back still, and, when you were fortunate, a genuine rest period away from the line entirely, sometimes in a nearby village where you could sleep in an actual barn, wash properly for the first time in weeks, and briefly remember what it felt like to be a person rather than a target. Even accounting for rotation, most infantry soldiers spend a significant portion of their total deployment, commonly estimated at somewhere around a third to half of their time, depending on the unit and period of the war, directly in frontline or support trenches, exposed to at least some level of ongoing danger. And then there was the mail. Letters from home were, by a wide margin, considered the single most important morale tool of the entire war on every side. Postal services on all sides prioritized frontline mail delivery to an almost startling degree, with millions of letters moving between the front and home every single week. Soldiers wrote constantly, to mothers, wives, sweethearts, children, and those letters, alongside the ones coming back the other direction, represent one of history's largest and most emotionally raw written records, an enormous archive of ordinary young men trying to describe an experience that language, frankly, wasn't built to hold. Many of those letters were self-censored by the soldiers themselves, deliberately vague or reassuring, sparing their families the worst of what they were actually living through, and then further censored by military officers who redacted specific details of location, unit movements, and casualty numbers before they were ever allowed to leave the front. So, even the letters home, the one thread connecting you to the life you left behind, were only ever telling half the story, both because you chose not to tell it and because you weren't allowed to. Meanwhile, back home, an entire society was being reshaped around your absence. With so many men at the front, women stepped into roles that had, for generations, been considered exclusively male munitions factories, which became some of the largest employers of women in history up to that point. Agricultural work keeping farms running, public transport, clerical, and even some early medical and engineering roles. In Britain alone, the number of women in paid employment is estimated to have risen by well over 1 million during the war. It was dangerous, exhausting labor. Munitions workers, in particular, handled chemicals like TNT that stained their skin a distinctive yellow, earning them the nickname Canary Girls, and worked around genuinely lethal industrial hazards, with a number of munitions factory explosions killing dozens of workers at a time over the course of the war. This shift in women's labor and visible public role is widely considered by historians to be one of the significant contributing factors Not the sole cause, but a real contributing factor to the expansion of women's voting rights in Britain and several other countries in the years immediately following the war, a legacy that would long outlast the conflict itself. Meanwhile, propaganda saturated daily civilian life to a degree that's hard to fully picture now. Recruitment posters, patriotic films, government-approved newspaper coverage carefully filtered to maintain morale and support for the war effort. And, on the darker side, a wave of nationalist suspicion that in some countries led to harassment, internment, or forced relocation of civilians with ancestry tied to enemy nations, even when those individuals had lived peacefully in their adopted countries for decades. So even if, somehow, you personally avoided the front entirely, even if you were the one person in your generation who never set foot in a trench, the war would still have reshaped nearly every part of your daily life. What you could buy, what you were allowed to read, who was working beside you, and what you were expected to believe about the people your country had labeled as the enemy. Now, let's go back to where we started. Let's go back to that ladder. Remember him, 22 years old. Hasn't slept properly in 4 days. It's 7:29 now. The whistle is between the officer's teeth. The man on your left has stopped praying and gone completely, eerily silent, the way people sometimes do in the last few seconds before something irreversible. The man on your right has wiped his mouth and is checking his rifle for the 4th time in as many minutes. Not because it needs checking, but because his hands need something to do. You climbed the ladder. Not because you're brave, though you might tell yourself that later, if there is a later. You climb it because the alternative, refusing, staying in the trench while your unit goes over without you, carries its own immediate and severe punishment, and because 4 years of training, propaganda, discipline, and the simple, powerful pull of not wanting to be the man who let the others down has left you with functionally no other choice that feels survivable in the moment, even though the choice you're actually making very much might not be. You go over the top. I'm not going to tell you what happens to you specifically, because the honest answer is it depends entirely on things that have nothing to do with you as a person. It depends on which exact 10 feet of ground the German machine gunner 200 yards away happens to be sweeping across at the exact second you're crossing it. It depends on whether the artillery barrage that was supposed to have cut the barbed wire in front of you actually did its job, or whether, as happened distressingly often, it didn't, leaving you tangled and exposed in the open at the worst possible moment. It depends on pure, brutal, undiscriminating chance, in a way that almost no other moment in ordinary human life ever fully depends on chance alone. That's the actual, unromantic truth sitting underneath everything we've talked about tonight. It's not that the men of World War I were less brave, less capable, or less resilient than you. In many cases, by the sheer fact of what they endured and kept enduring, day after day, year after year. They were almost certainly more resilient than most of us will ever be asked to be. The truth is colder than a question of bravery. It's that the war they were dropped into was engineered, not maliciously, not by any single villain, but by the collision of old-world tactics with new-world industrial weaponry to make bravery, skill, and toughness almost irrelevant to whether you lived or died. A great soldier and a mediocre one, standing 8 feet apart, had almost exactly the same odds against a falling shell. So the tally, as promised. Somewhere between 15 and 22 million people died as a direct result of the First World War, factoring in combat deaths, wounds, and war-related famine and disease. Though even that range is disputed and likely an undercount given the state of record-keeping in several affected regions. Add the influenza pandemic that followed almost immediately in the war's wake, and the true combined death toll of this 5-year period edges toward numbers that are almost impossible for a human mind to properly hold. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 65 to 120 million people, depending on which estimates you use, in a world with a global population roughly a quarter the size of today's. You would not have survived this. Statistically, overwhelmingly, most people reading, or listening to, in your case, half asleep, blanket pulled up, exactly where you should be right now. This sentence would not have survived this, not through any personal failing, simply because the raw arithmetic of this war was built to consume ordinary people in numbers that dwarf almost anything that came before it, and very nearly anything that's come since. And maybe that's actually the most useful thing to carry out of this story and into your sleep tonight. Not the mud, not the rats, not the gas, Though I hope those keep you appropriately unsettled in exactly the cozy way you came here for. It's this. An entire generation of ordinary people, clerks, farmhands, print shop apprentices, cab drivers, canary girls in munitions factories, lived through something almost incomprehensibly difficult, most of them barely out of their teens, and an enormous number of them did not come home. The ones who did spent the rest of their lives quietly carrying what they'd seen in a world that didn't yet have the language or the medical understanding to properly help them carry it. It's worth remembering them as more than a statistic on a slide. It's worth remembering that at 10:59 on the morning this war ended, there were still German soldiers trying to wave an American boy away from a fight neither of them needed to have anymore. That's not really a war story. That's just people doing what people do, right up until the exact last second they're allowed to. Now, if you're still here, still cozy, still willing to stay in this world a little longer, I want to take you somewhere we haven't been yet, because everything we've covered so far, the Marne, Ypres, Verdun, the Somme, Passchendaele, all of that happened on a single front, the Western Front. 475 miles of trenches running through France and Belgium. But this was a world war, and the war raging simultaneously 1,000 miles to the east, on a front nearly 3 times longer than the one you've just survived, was in many ways even stranger, even bloodier, and almost completely forgotten by comparison. So before we get to a hospital bed, because yes, we're going to talk about what happens if you get wounded instead of killed, and trust me, that's its own special kind of nightmare, let's take a detour to the Eastern Front. If the Western Front was defined by stalemate, the Eastern Front was defined by its opposite, constant, sweeping, chaotic movement across a front stretching from the Baltic Sea in the north down to the Black Sea in the south, roughly 1,000 miles, more than double the length of the entire Western Front, fought over terrain with far fewer roads, far fewer railways, and far less developed infrastructure than France or Belgium. Russia mobilized the largest army in the world at the war's outset, somewhere in the range of 5 to 6 million men in the first wave alone. But that scale came with a brutal catch. The Russian army was chronically under-equipped, with shortages so severe that in the war's early years, it's documented that some units were sent into battle without enough rifles to arm every soldier, with instructions that men without weapons should simply pick up a rifle from the first casualty who fell. Imagine being handed that as your actual battle plan. Step 1. Walk toward the enemy. Step 2. Hope somebody near you dies quickly enough that you can borrow their gun. The early campaigns were catastrophic for Russia. At the Battle of Tannenberg in August 1914, German forces encircled and effectively destroyed an entire Russian army, with somewhere around 170,000 Russian casualties and prisoners in a matter of days, a defeat so total and so personally humiliating for the Russian commanding general, Alexander Samsonov, that he is widely believed to have taken his own life in the forest rather than report the scale of the disaster. Fighting on the Eastern Front swung back and forth across enormous distances for years, offensives that gained 100 miles in weeks, followed by equally dramatic collapses and retreats. A fundamentally different war than the static horror of Flanders, but no less lethal for it. In fact, total military and civilian deaths across the Eastern Front theater, when you account for Russia, Austria-Hungary, and the surrounding regions, are estimated by many historians to rival or exceed the death toll of the Western Front. It's simply a far less remembered chapter of the war in most Western popular history, in large part because Russia's own catastrophic internal collapse in 1915 pulled it out of the war, and for decades afterwards, out of the version of the story that most Western nations chose to tell about themselves. That internal collapse deserves a moment, because it's genuinely one of the most consequential events of the entire 20th century, born directly out of the strain of this war. By 1917, after roughly 3 years of catastrophic casualties, chronic food and fuel shortages, and a deeply unpopular, incompetently managed war effort, the Russian population's patience with Tsar Nicholas II finally broke entirely. A wave of strikes and protests in the capital, Petrograd, in February 1917, spiraled into a full revolution, forcing the Tsar to abdicate within days, ending 300 years of Romanov rule in the space of about a week. 3 centuries of dynasty, about a week. History does not always give you a dramatic, drawn-out finale. Sometimes it just runs out of patience on a Tuesday. A provisional government tried and largely failed to keep Russia in the war through the summer of 1917, which only deepened public exhaustion and unrest further, and in October of that year a second revolution, this one led by the Bolsheviks under Vladimir Lenin, seized power outright, promising, among other things, an immediate exit from the war. Russia formally withdrew via the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918, surrendering enormous amounts of territory to Germany in the process, and plunging almost immediately into its own brutal, years-long civil war. So, if you'd been a Russian soldier reading, or rather, having this narrated to you, since literacy rates in the Russian Empire at the time were far from universal, your survival odds involved an entirely different gauntlet: chronic equipment shortages, a front stretching 1,000 miles, and, even if you survived 4 years of combat, the very real chance of coming home to a country in the middle of collapsing into revolution and civil war, with no guarantee that home, as you'd known it, would even still is in the form you left it. But let's say you didn't die in that first charge over the top back on the Western Front. Let's say the machine gun missed you. The shell landed 20 feet to your left instead of directly on top of you, and you go down wounded instead of killed. Congratulations. Sort of. Now you get to find out what World War I medicine could actually do for you. And I promise the answer is going to make you appreciate your local emergency room in a whole new way. What happens if you're only wounded? Getting hit doesn't mean you're safe. It means you've just entered a whole new gauntlet, one with its own set of odds, its own set of horrors, and, grimly, its own hierarchy of who gets treated first, based on a system that is still in a modified form, used in emergency medicine today. The moment you go down in no man's land, your survival depends on an agonizing sequence of steps, each one with its own failure point. First, you need to be found, which sounds obvious but under fire. At night, in a landscape of shell craters and mud, wounded men were frequently lost, sometimes for days, sometimes permanently, especially if they'd fallen into one of the flooded craters that dotted battlefields like Passchendaele. Stretcher bearers, whose job it was to retrieve wounded men under fire, suffered horrendous casualty rates of their own, running back and forth across open, contested ground, weighed down by the additional burden of a wounded comrade, presenting an easy, slow-moving target. There's a very specific kind of courage in volunteering to be the person who runs toward the gunfire, unarmed, carrying a stretcher, simply because someone needs to. History does not celebrate stretcher bearers nearly enough. If you're recovered, you're moved through what was called the chain of evacuation. First to a regimental aid post, often just a slightly reinforced dugout a short distance behind the front line, staffed by a medical officer doing his absolute best with extremely limited supplies, mostly focused on stopping catastrophic bleeding and administering whatever pain relief was available before moving you further back. From there, if you survived the trip, you'd go to an advanced dressing station, and then, if your wound was serious enough, to a casualty clearing station further back still, which is where the real triage decisions happened. And triage in this war was brutal in its honesty. Medical staff, overwhelmed by casualty numbers that could reach into the thousands after a single major push, had to sort incoming wounded into rough categories: those who would likely survive with prompt treatment, those who would likely survive even without immediate treatment, and those who were beyond saving and would simply be made as comfortable as possible while medical resources were directed elsewhere. During major offensives like the Somme, casualty clearing stations were sometimes so overwhelmed that wounded men lay for hours, occasionally days, on stretchers laid out in fields, waiting simply for someone to have a free hand. Modern trauma medicine calls this triage and treats it as a sophisticated evidence-based system. In 1916, it often just meant a single exhausted doctor walking down a row of screaming men, making a decision about who lived and who didn't, roughly every few seconds for hours at a stretch. If your wound was to a limb, and limb wounds, given the nature of shrapnel and machine gun fire, were extremely common, infection was your next mortal threat. And it was a serious one. This was still years before penicillin and antibiotics were in general medical use. The accidental discovery of penicillin's antibacterial properties wouldn't happen until 1928, and it wouldn't become a widely available treatment until the 1940s. That means every wound you received in this war carried a genuine risk of infection that modern medicine would consider almost trivially preventable, but which, in 1916, could kill you just as surely as the original injury. Gas gangrene, a particularly aggressive bacterial infection, thriving in the heavily manured farmland soil of Flanders and northern France. Soil that had been fertilized for generations and was now being driven directly into open wounds by shell fragments, was so common and so lethal that amputation, often performed rapidly and without the luxury of extensive deliberation, was frequently the only way to save a wounded man's life. It's estimated that roughly 41,000 British servicemen alone lost one or more limbs during the war, a number so significant that it directly drove major advances in prosthetic limb design and rehabilitation medicine in the years that followed. One of the grim silver linings of medical necessity. Facial wounds deserve their own mention, because they represent one of this war's most visually devastating, least discussed legacies. Trench warfare meant soldiers frequently exposed their heads above the parapet, and shrapnel and bullets caused facial injuries at a scale previous wars simply hadn't produced in comparable numbers. A pioneering surgeon named Harold Gillies, working largely out of a hospital in Sidcup, England, developed groundbreaking techniques in facial reconstruction surgery, specifically to treat the tens of thousands of men who returned from the front with catastrophic facial injuries, techniques that essentially founded the modern field of plastic surgery. For men whose injuries were beyond even that era's surgical capability, a French sculptor named Anna Coleman Ladd and others produced painted, custom-fitted metal masks, designed to approximate a man's pre-injury appearance well enough that he could walk down a street without triggering the shock, fear, or pity of strangers who'd never seen anything like it. Think about that specifically. Surviving the war wasn't the end of the ordeal for these men. For some of them, surviving the war meant coming home to a society that had no framework, no vocabulary, and often no compassion prepared for what they now looked like. And an entire, quietly heroic field of early plastic surgery had to be invented, essentially overnight, just to give some of them back a version of their own face. And then, of course, there's the psychological wound, the one we touched on earlier, shell shock, or what we would today broadly recognize as combat-related PTSD, alongside other trauma responses. Treatment approaches varied wildly and were, by modern standards, often shockingly inadequate or even actively harmful. Some doctors pursued genuinely progressive, compassionate psychiatric approaches for the era, particularly at specialized facilities like Craiglockhart War Hospital in Scotland, where the poets Siegfried Sassoon and Wilfred Owen, both patients there at the same time, famously met and influenced each other's work. Other doctors, elsewhere, relied on far crueler methods, including electric shock treatments intended to essentially force traumatized men back into physical function through pain and fear, an approach modern medical ethics regards as a genuine atrocity carried out under the banner of treatment. So, final math on being wounded rather than killed outright. It bought you a chance? Genuinely. Most wounded men, across all armies, did survive their injuries and eventually return home in whatever altered form the war had left them in. But surviving your wound was its own gauntlet, layered on top of the one that had already tried to kill you. A race against infection, exhaustion, chaotic and overwhelmed medical systems, and the simple, brutal odds of whether help reached you before it was too late. But let's say the very worst happens instead. Not death, not a wound, but capture. Because if you'd been taken prisoner in this war, you were about to discover that safety, in the sense of no longer being shot at, did not remotely mean the same thing as safety, in any comfortable, familiar sense of the word. Prisoner of war. Roughly 8 million men across all armies were taken prisoner over the course of the war. A staggering number in its own right, representing an entire alternate category of wartime experience that gets far less attention than the frontline fighting itself. Conditions varied enormously depending on which army held you, when in the war you were captured, and honestly a fair amount of pure luck regarding which specific camp you ended up in. Broadly, prisoners held in the Western Front by Britain, France, and Germany against one another fared relatively better, not good, but relatively better than prisoners on the Eastern Front, where chaotic logistics, food shortages, and the sheer scale of Russian, Austro-Hungarian, and German prisoners involved led to genuinely catastrophic camp conditions in many locations, with disease and malnutrition killing prisoners. In many locations, with disease and malnutrition killing prisoners in numbers that, in the worst camps, rivaled front. If you were a Western Front prisoner, your day-to-day reality typically involved forced labor. Prisoners were routinely used for agricultural work, mining, and infrastructure projects, technically in violation of certain provisions of international agreements regarding the treatment of prisoners, though enforcement was inconsistent at best. Food rations for prisoners were often even worse than the meager rations available to frontline troops, particularly for prisoners held by Germany in the war's final 2 years, when the Allied naval blockade had already reduced German civilian and military food supplies to crisis levels, meaning prisoners were, in effect, competing for scraps within an already starving wartime economy. Somehow, the guy holding you captive is also personally running out of turnips. Doesn't make for a particularly comforting captivity, but it does explain a lot about why POW rations kept shrinking as the war dragged on. Mail and Red Cross parcels became, for many prisoners, an absolutely critical lifeline. International humanitarian organizations, particularly the International Committee of the Red Cross, worked to deliver food parcels, clothing, and correspondence to prisoners on both sides. And for many men, these parcels represented the difference between adequate nutrition and genuine starvation, especially in camps where local food supplies had collapsed entirely. Escape attempts happened, though successful ones. Men who actually made it all the way back to friendly territory were relatively rare given the enormous distances, hostile, unfamiliar terrain, and language barriers involved, particularly for prisoners held deep inside enemy territory far from any border. A far more common outcome for an ambitious escapee was recapture, sometimes followed by transfer to harsher conditions or solitary confinement as punishment, though outright execution of recaptured POWs, while it did occur in isolated documented cases, was not the systematic norm it would tragically become in certain theaters of the following World War, a generation later. Small comfort, maybe, but worth noting. For all the genuine horror of this war, it hadn't yet descended into some of the deliberate, systematized brutality against prisoners that later conflicts would produce. That's a low bar, and I want to be honest that it's a low bar, but it's there. Repatriation, for most surviving prisoners, finally came after the armistice, though the process was often slow and chaotic, with some prisoners, particularly those held in the more remote and disorganized camps on the Eastern Front, amid Russia's ongoing revolution and civil war, not making it home for months, in some documented cases years, after the war had officially ended, caught in a genuine bureaucratic and logistical limbo while the empires that had captured them were, in some cases, actively collapsing around them. So, capture bought you distance from the machine guns and the shells, genuinely. But it traded that danger for a slower, grinding gauntlet of malnutrition, forced labor, and disease, on a timeline entirely outside your control, with your survival now dependent on the wartime food economy of whichever empire happened to be holding you. Now, let's get out of the mud entirely for a moment, because not every version of this war happened on land. Some of the deadliest, strangest chapters of World War I happened at sea, in the air, and in theaters most people never think about at all when they picture this war. Deserts, jungles, and mountain ranges, thousands of miles from Flanders. Let's take a quick world tour of all the other ways this war was trying to kill people simultaneously. The war you forgot was also happening everywhere else at sea. The largest naval battle of the entire war, the Battle of Jutland, took place over a single day and night in late May and early June 1916, off the coast of Denmark, between the British Royal Navy's Grand Fleet and Germany's High Seas Fleet, the two most powerful battle fleets on Earth at the time, built up over more than a decade of increasingly tense naval arms racing between Britain and Germany, finally colliding in the one and only massive fleet engagement either side attempted during the entire war. The battle itself was chaotic, confusing, and fought partly in poor visibility, with both sides claiming victory afterward for slightly different reasons. Germany inflicted heavier losses in ships and sailors and could technically claim a tactical win, but Britain's fleet remained firmly in control of the North Sea afterward, meaning the strategic outcome favored Britain regardless of the tactical scorecard. Roughly 9,000 sailors were killed across both sides in a single day and night of fighting, many of them trapped below decks on sinking battleships with essentially no realistic chance of escape once a ship began to go down. A specific claustrophobic horror entirely different from anything happening in the trenches, but no less final, in the air. Aviation was still remarkably young at the outbreak of the war. The Wright brothers' first powered flight had happened barely a decade earlier, in 1903, and military aircraft in 1914 were used almost exclusively for reconnaissance, simply flying over enemy lines to observe troop movements. By the war's end, aviation had transformed into an entirely new branch of combat with dedicated fighter aircraft, aerial dogfighting tactics, and pilots achieving a level of public fame that no other branch of this war's service really produced. The German pilot, Manfred von Richthofen, known as the Red Baron, became the war's most famous ace, credited with roughly 80 confirmed aerial victories before being killed in April 1918, a level of individual celebrity almost entirely absent from the anonymous grinding horror of trench warfare, in part because early aerial combat still carried a faint, romanticized echo of older, more individualized warfare, even as it quietly pioneered the foundations of a form of combat that would go on to dominate every the average life expectancy of a new pilot on the Western Front, particularly during certain brutal stretches like April 1917, a period the Royal Flying Corps grimly nicknamed Bloody April, could be measured in a matter of weeks, sometimes flying hours rather than weeks, given how rapidly aircraft technology, tactics, and pilot training were all being improvised in real time under combat pressure. Turns out romance and survival rates don't always travel together. In the Middle East, far from the Western Front, British and Ottoman forces fought a sprawling campaign across the deserts of the Sinai, Palestine, and Mesopotamia, alongside a parallel Arab revolt against Ottoman rule, famously supported and partly coordinated by a young British intelligence officer named T.E. Lawrence, later immortalized with considerable dramatic embellishment as Lawrence of Arabia. This theater involved its own brutal set of survival challenges entirely distinct from trench warfare: extreme heat, chronic water shortages, disease outbreaks including cholera and typhoid that could devastate a unit faster than any battle, and supply lines stretched across hundreds of miles of largely unmapped, hostile terrain. In Africa, colonial territories belonging to Britain, France, and Germany across Africa were also drawn into direct fighting, and the campaign in German East Africa, led on the German side by the remarkably resourceful Colonel Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck, became one of the war's true strategic oddities. Von Lettow-Vorbeck's mild small, mobile force fought a sustained guerrilla campaign against vastly larger British colonial forces for the entire duration of the war, tying down enormous Allied resources and a detail that should not trade for built. Somewhere in East Africa, a small, determined army was still technically at war for almost 2 weeks after the rest of the planet had already stopped, purely because nobody could get a message to them fast enough. There's something almost poetic about that. The last echo of the entire global war, quietly continuing in a forest nobody in Europe was even thinking about anymore. So the honest full picture of surviving World War I was never just about surviving one trench on one front in one country. It was a genuinely planet-spanning gauntlet with its own distinct, specific way of killing you depending on whether you ended up in the mud of Flanders, the deserts of Mesopotamia, the freezing waters off Denmark, or the open sky over northern France. But let's return to where most of this story has lived, the Western Front. Because there's one more piece of technology we've only briefly mentioned, and it deserves its own proper introduction. Because in November 1917, at a place called Cambrai, that technology got its first genuine, large-scale proof of concept, and it hinted, for the first time in this entire war, at what modern combat was eventually going to become, the machine that changed everything. Eventually. The Battle of Cambrai, launched by British forces on November 20th, 1917, is remembered today primarily for one specific tactical innovation. It was the first battle in history to use massed tanks, nearly 400 of them in a coordinated, concentrated attack rather than the small, scattered experimental deployments that had characterized the tank's earlier appearances at the Somme and elsewhere. The results, at least initially, were genuinely stunning by the standards this war had trained everyone to expect. Without the usual week-long preliminary bombardment that typically announced an attack days in advance and gave defenders ample warning, British forces achieved a rapid, dramatic breakthrough on the first day, advancing further in a matter of hours than some previous offensives, like the Somme, had managed in months. Church bells were actually rung back home in Britain to celebrate the victory, a genuinely rare moment of unrestrained good news in a war that had offered very little of it. Imagine being so starved for good news after 3 years of this that a few miles of advance gets you actual church bells. That tells you almost everything you need to know about how low the bar for victory had sunk by late 1917. But, and this is a pattern you've probably started to notice by now in this story, the early momentum wasn't sustained. Tanks of this era were mechanically unreliable, prone to breaking down, getting stuck, or being knocked out by direct artillery hits, and infantry and supply lines struggled to keep pace with the initial breakthrough. Within about 10 days, a German counterattack recovered most of the lost ground, and the battle ultimately ended in something close to a strategic stalemate, despite its dramatic opening. Still, Cambrai mattered enormously, in a way that wouldn't become fully clear until later. It proved conclusively that tanks properly massed and coordinated with infantry and artillery could crack even the heavily fortified defensive line without the telegraphed week-long bombardment that had cost so many lives in previous offensives by giving defenders time to prepare. That lesson, tanks plus coordinated combined arms, minus a lengthy giveaway bombardment, would be refined further over the following year, and would become one of the genuine keys to finally breaking the Western Front stalemate during the 100 Days offensive we covered earlier. It's also, not coincidentally, a lesson that military strategists on both sides carried directly into the following 2 decades, quietly laying the technological and tactical groundwork for the kind of fast-moving mechanized warfare that would define the next global conflict a generation later. So the machines that would eventually replace you, the soldier on foot walking across open ground, were already being born right there in the mud, even while you were still the one expected to do the walking. It's a strange thing to sit with, that some of the men dying in 1917 were, without knowing it, dying in the last few years where a war would still primarily be fought by walking men rather than machines. Now, I promised you individual stories earlier in this journey, not just statistics. So let's slow down one more time and actually meet a few of the people who lived through pieces of everything we've just covered, because the numbers, the 57,000, the million, the 22 million, they're true, and they're necessary to understand the scale of this. But numbers that large stop meaning anything to the human brain past a certain point. So let's bring it back down to a human scale one more time before we close this out. The people behind the numbers. Wilfred Owen was a young English poet, barely into his 20s, who enlisted in 1915 and served on the Western Front, where he was eventually diagnosed with shell shock and sent to recover at Great Lockhart War Hospital in Scotland, the same facility we mentioned earlier. It was there that he met Siegfried Sassoon, an older, already more established poet and fellow patient, who mentored and encouraged Owen's writing. Over the following months, Owen produced some of the most devastating, unflinching war poetry ever written in the English language, describing trench warfare's horrors with a directness that stood in sharp, deliberate contrast to the romanticized, patriotic verse that had dominated public writing about the war in its earlier years. Owen recovered enough to return to active duty and was killed in action on November 4th, 1918, exactly 1 week, almost to the hour, before the armistice was signed. His mother reportedly received the telegram informing her of his death on November 11th, 1918, the very same day the church bells across Britain were ringing in celebration of the war finally ending. Let it sit. No joke here. Some moments in this story don't get one, and this is one of them. His poetry survived him, and it's now considered among the most important literary work to come out of the entire war. But he never lived to see the piece he'd spent years, quite literally describing the cost of. On a very different note, because after that we all need one, Let's talk about a story with an actual, happy, almost unbelievable ending. The Christmas Truce of 1914. In the war's very first winter, along various stretches of the Western Front, an extraordinary, entirely unofficial, unplanned series of ceasefires broke out between opposing British, French, and German troops on and around Christmas Day. It started small. Soldiers singing carols across no man's land, close enough to hear each other clearly for the first time since the fighting began, and being answered in some sections by carols sung right back from the enemy trenches in return. In several documented locations, this escalated into soldiers cautiously climbing out of their trenches, meeting in the middle of no man's land, exchanging small gifts of cigarettes, food, and buttons, and in what remains one of the most famous and oddly delightful anecdotes of the entire war, playing informal games of football in the space between the two armies that had been, days earlier, and would be again days later, trying their absolute best to kill each other. For one single, strange, unrepeatable day in at least a few pockets of a 475-mile-long killing field, 19-year-olds from Manchester and Munich stood in the mud together, traded chocolate for cigarettes, and kicked a ball around like it was any ordinary Christmas back home. Military commanders on both sides were, predictably, alarmed by the whole thing. A ceasefire that emerged organically from the soldiers themselves, without orders, undermined the entire wartime narrative that the enemy was an inhuman, hateful other, rather than, well, another exhausted 20-year-old a few hundred yards away who also missed his mother's Christmas dinner. Strict orders were issued in subsequent years, explicitly forbidding any repeat of the truce. And while small, isolated, unofficial ceasefires did occasionally happen again in later years, nothing on the scale or spontaneity of 1914 was ever repeated. It only happened once, but it happened, and in a story built almost entirely out of horror, I think it's worth genuinely sitting with the fact that it happened at all, that even inside the machine we've spent this entire night describing, ordinary human decency occasionally, briefly, found a way to break through anyway. We're nearly at the end of our night together. But before we let you drift off completely, there's one more piece of this story worth understanding. Not what happened during the war, but what happened immediately after it. Because for the men who survived everything we've covered tonight, the war's ending on November 11th, 1918, didn't actually mean their war was over. In a lot of very real ways, for a lot of them, it was only just beginning. The war after the war, you made it. To say, for the sake of this last chapter, that you genuinely made it, survived the trenches, dodged the shells, avoided the gas, missed the worst of the flu, and walked away from the Western Front on November 11th, 1918, alive, in one piece, ready to go home. Home, it turns out, was its own kind of battlefield. The peace negotiations that followed the armistice, formalized in the Treaty of Versailles in June 1919, are still debated by historians as one of the more consequential and consequentially flawed diplomatic documents of the modern era. The treaty imposed harsh financial reparations on Germany, stripped away significant territory, and included a clause, Article 231, explicitly assigning Germany full moral responsibility for causing the war, a clause that became bitterly resented across German society in the years that followed, feeding directly into the political instability, economic crisis, and resentment that a rising political movement within about a decade and a half exploit ruthlessly on its way to power. The war that was supposed to end all wars, a phrase genuinely used at the time with what in hindsight reads as almost unbearable naivety, instead planted several of the specific seeds that would grow into an even larger, even deadlier conflict barely 20 years later. Many of the very men we've spent this entire story following would, in their 40s, watch their own sons get drafted into a Second World War, fought in some cases across almost exactly the same stretches of French and Belgian ground. For the veterans themselves, homecoming carried its own quiet, grinding difficulty. Economies across Europe struggled to reabsorb millions of returning soldiers into a civilian workforce that, in many cases, no longer had jobs waiting for them. Women had filled many of those roles during the war years, and the promised land fit for heroes, a phrase British Prime Minister David Lloyd George used in a famous 1918 speech, frequently failed to materialize in any meaningful, practical way for ordinary returning veterans, many of whom faced unemployment, inarticled, exhausted by 4 years of losses. It's Men suffering from shell shock, in particular, frequently found themselves without adequate medical support once they left military hospitals. Psychiatric understanding of trauma was still decades away from the frameworks we use today, and a huge number of veterans simply carried what we would now recognize as severe, untreated PTSD quietly for the rest of their lives in families and communities with essentially no vocabulary for what was actually happening to them. Rates of alcoholism, marital breakdown, and suicide among veterans in the years following the war, while difficult to precisely quantify given the record-keeping standards of the era, are widely documented in historical and medical literature as a serious, largely unaddressed public health crisis across every combatant nation. And yet, alongside all of that grief, something else happened too, something worth ending on, because I don't want to leave you tonight with nothing but weight. Communities across every combatant nation built memorials, tens of thousands of them, in villages, town squares, and city centers across Europe and beyond, many still standing exactly where they were erected over a century ago. Names of the local dead carved into stone that neighbors still walk past every single day. Nations established formal days of remembrance. Armistice Day, later Veterans Day in the United States, Remembrance Day across the Commonwealth, built specifically around that same 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, a moment of collective silence still observed, generation after generation, long after the very last verified veteran of the war passed away in 2012. There is something quietly remarkable in that. An entire planet, more than 100 years later, still voluntarily pausing for 1 minute, once a year, to remember people that almost nobody alive today ever actually met. It's one of the very few things this war produced that wasn't loss. So, that's the whole story, or at least as much of it as one night together can hold. You went from a nervous 22-year-old on a ladder, 10 minutes from the worst moment of your life, all the way through mud and gas and rats, and a 100-mile-long river of statistics, and back out the other side to a small stone memorial in a village square, with a name on it that could have been yours. You wouldn't have survived it. Statistically, most of us wouldn't have, but somebody's great-great-grandfather did, against odds that were genuinely stacked against him in almost every conceivable way. And that's a small, strange kind of miracle worth carrying with you, right about now as you finally let yourself drift off. Before we finally let you drift off, though, there are a few more corners of the story worth wandering into, because everything we've covered so far has centered almost entirely on human beings, and it turns out this war ran on something else too. Something that never volunteered, never got a pension, and never got a say in any of it at all. The war's other casualties: horses. Let's start with horses, because the sheer scale of animal involvement in this war is something most people never think about at all. This was, in many ways, one of the last major wars in which horses played an absolutely central logistical role, hauling artillery, ammunition, and supplies across terrain that early motor vehicles simply couldn't reliably manage, particularly in the mud we've spent so much of this story describing. Estimates suggest somewhere around 8 million horses, mules, and donkeys died over the course of the war across all armies, from artillery fire, from exhaustion, from disease, and, especially as supply lines broke down in the war's harder years, from simple starvation, since feeding an animal that size took resources that were increasingly scarce for humans, let alone livestock. 8 million. An animal that had no understanding whatsoever of empires, alliances, or assassinated archdukes, dying in numbers that rival the human military death toll of entire nations, simply because it happened to be standing in the way of a war it had no way of comprehending. The British Veterinary Corps developed, out of grim necessity, remarkably advanced field veterinary hospitals over the course of the war, treating wounded horses with a level of dedicated medical infrastructure that, in some respects, actually outpaced the psychiatric care being offered to traumatized human soldiers at the same time, which is its own uncomfortable little detail to sit with. Dogs served too, in more varied roles than you might expect, as messengers carrying critical dispatches through terrain and under fire where human runners faced extreme danger, sometimes covering distances faster and more reliably than a soldier could manage on foot, as sentries alerting units to approaching enemy patrols, and grimly, as search dogs trained specifically to locate wounded men in no man's land, sometimes finding survivors that human search parties had missed entirely in the dark and chaos. pigeons too played a role that sounds almost too old-fashioned to belong in an otherwise thoroughly modern industrial war, but proved remarkably effective and reliable specifically because they couldn't be intercepted or jammed the way early radio communication could. One pigeon in particular, a hen named Cher Ami, serving with American forces in 1918, became genuinely famous for delivering a critical message that helped save a surrounded American battalion, the so-called Lost Battalion, despite being shot through the breast and losing a leg during the flight. She survived, was fitted with a small wooden prosthetic leg, and lived out the remainder of her life as something close to a genuine war hero, which, honestly, might be the single most unexpected sentence in this entire script. A one-legged pigeon with a wooden prosthetic outranks most of us, morally speaking, at this point in the story. Now, we've spent this entire night mostly inside the experience of British, French, and German soldiers, because that's where the bulk of the war's popular memory tends to live. But millions of other men, from nations and empires whose stories rarely make it into the standard telling, fought and died in this war too, often facing an additional brutal layer of hardship that had nothing to do with the enemy across no man's land at all. The empires you weren't told about consider, for a moment, the roughly 1.5 million Indian soldiers who served in the British Indian Army during the war, fighting on the Western Front, in Mesopotamia, in East Africa, and across Gallipoli. Men recruited from across the vast, diverse territories of British-ruled India, fighting a European war whose causes had essentially nothing to do with their own homeland, in climates and conditions, the freezing mud of a Flanders winter, for men who'd never experienced anything close to the cold, that added an entirely additional layer of beroep and pizza and air. Roughly 74,000 Indian soldiers died in this war. Many of them are remembered today, if at all, on shared memorials rather than in the kind of individual, nationally celebrated commemoration that soldiers from Britain, France, or Germany received. A quiet historical imbalance that historians and descendant communities have worked, in recent decades, to address and correct. Similarly, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and laborers were recruited from French and British colonial territories across Africa and Southeast Asia, Senegalese riflemen serving with French forces, Chinese laborers recruited by both British and French authorities for the Chinese Labor Corps, performing grueling, often extremely dangerous logistical and construction work directly behind the front lines, frequently under fire despite officially being non-combatant support personnel. Estimates suggest around 140,000 Chinese laborers served with the Allies, digging trenches, repairing roads and railways, and clearing the same battlefields we've spent this entire night describing. Work considered too dangerous, too grueling, or simply too undesirable for regular troops to be spared for it. These men rarely appear in the popular image of this war at all. No famous poets among them writing verses that would end up in 100 years of English literature textbooks. No memorial in most Western capital cities carved with their specific names, but they were there. Hundreds of thousands of them, doing some of the hardest, most dangerous work of the entire conflict, in a war being fought largely over the political ambitions of empires that, in a great many cases, didn't even grant them full citizenship rights back home. Meanwhile, on the other side of the same imbalance, consider what happened within the multi-ethnic Austro-Hungarian Empire. An empire that went to war in 1914, while simultaneously containing dozens of different ethnic and national groups, many of whom held deeply ambivalent, sometimes openly hostile feelings toward the imperial government, asking them to fight and die for it. Some Czech, Slovak, and South Slav soldiers, in particular, showed notably lower morale and, in some documented instances, actively surrendered to Russian forces rather than continue fighting for an empire whose collapse many of them were quietly, sometimes openly, hoping for a hope that would, in fact, come true by the war's end, as Austria-Hungary fractured entirely into a collection of new, independent nations once the fighting stopped. Imagine being sent to die for an empire, in a war you didn't choose, that both you and a fairly significant chunk of your own fellow conscripts were quietly rooting to see fall apart. Morale under those conditions was never going to be a strong point. And then there's the Ottoman Empire itself, fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously, in Gallipoli, in the Caucasus against Russia, and across the Middle East against British-led forces, a military effort that, tragically, occurred alongside one of the era's most horrifying atrocities, the Armenian Genocide, in which the Ottoman government orchestrated the systematic deportation and mass killing of its Armenian population beginning in 1915, under cover of wartime chaos and nationalist paranoia about Armenian loyalty. Estimates of Armenian deaths range widely, depending on the source, but most historians place the toll somewhere between 600,000 and 1.5 million people. A horror that occurred not on any recognized battlefield of this war, but as a direct, deliberate act of state violence against a civilian population carried out under the cover of the broader conflict raging around it. Not every death in this 5-year period happened in a trench or under a falling shell. Some of the deadliest chapters of this era were things that happened to people specifically because a war was providing cover and distraction for it, a pattern history, unfortunately, would go on to repeat. So the full, honest shape of this war is bigger, stranger, and more geographically and ethically complicated than any single trench, any single battle, or any single nation's memory of it can really hold. And I think that complexity is actually the right note to end tonight's story on, because it's closer to the truth than any single tidy narrative could ever be. Let's finally, gently bring this one home. The front nobody talks about. Before we close, one more stop, because there's a front that gets almost no attention in the popular memory of this war, despite conditions so brutal that some historians consider it, terrain for terrain, among the single worst places any soldier fought anywhere in the entire conflict. The Italian front, along the mountainous border between Italy and Austria-Hungary. Italy entered the war in 1915, on the Allied side, drawn in largely by secret territorial promises regarding Austro-Hungarian land it hoped to annex. What followed was a series of brutal battles fought along the Isonzo River and across the surrounding Alps. 12 separate major battles, remembered collectively as the Battles of the Isonzo, fought over roughly 2.5 years across some of the most punishing terrain imaginable. Steep mountain ridges, narrow alpine passes, and high-altitude positions where soldiers had to contend not just with enemy fire, but with avalanches, extreme cold, and thin air, in fighting conditions that in some ways more crisis-rich print warfare. Imagine everything we've already described tonight. The mud, the shelling, the exhaustion, and then add altitude sickness and the very real possibility of your entire position being wiped out, not by the enemy, but by a wall of snow deciding to move. Historians estimate that avalanches during the winter fighting seasons on this front killed tens of thousands of soldiers on both sides. A genuinely staggering number of deaths caused not by any weapon at all, but simply by where this war had decided to put people. The front collapsed dramatically for Italy at the Battle of Caporetto in October 1917, when combined Austro-Hungarian and German forces broke through Italian lines using newly developed infiltration tactics. Small, fast-moving assault units bypassing strongpoints rather than attacking them head-on, a tactical innovation that would go on to heavily influence German offensive doctrine the following year. The Italian retreat from Caporetto was so severe and so demoralizing that the phrase "a Caporetto" entered the Italian language itself as a general shorthand for any catastrophic, humiliating defeat, a linguistic legacy that has genuinely outlived almost every other specific memory of this particular front. Not every battle gets a monument. Some just get to become the word your entire country uses, forever afterward, whenever anything goes catastrophically wrong. Now, a couple of specific weapons we haven't covered yet, because they deserve at least a mention before we close the book on this entire war tonight. The flamethrower, first used by German forces in 1915, was a genuinely terrifying close-range weapon, capable of clearing a section of trench in seconds, though its range was short enough that the operators carrying the heavy, tank-mounted fuel canisters on their own backs were themselves extraordinarily vulnerable, a weapon that, statistically, was almost as dangerous to the man using it as to the man on the receiving end. Sniping, too, evolved dramatically over the course of the war into a genuine, specialized discipline. Both sides developed dedicated sniper training, optical equipment, and even armored steel loopholes built directly into trench parapets specifically to allow a rifleman to observe and fire with reduced exposure. Snipers on both sides became a source of constant, low-level dread for ordinary infantry. The specific, personal terror of knowing that raising your head even briefly above the trench line for even a second or two carried a very real chance of a single, precisely aimed round finding you, a far more intimate and unsettling form of danger than the comparatively impersonal, indiscriminate horror of artillery. And finally, aerial bombing of civilian populations, still in its infancy but genuinely present in this war for the first time in history at any meaningful scale. German Zeppelin airships, and later fixed-wing Gotha bombers, conducted bombing raids against British cities, including London, beginning in 1915, killing several hundred civilians over the course of the war, and, more significantly, introducing an entirely new category of wartime anxiety to ordinary people who had never before had to consider their own homes, far behind any front line, as a potential target. It was a small, tentative preview, nowhere close to the scale of what aerial bombing would become a generation later, but it marks the genuine beginning of a shift that would eventually make civilian populations everywhere active targets of modern warfare, rather than distant bystanders to it. And that, I think, is finally the right place to leave the facts and figures behind entirely, and just sit one last time with you. The person we started this whole story with, all those hours ago, standing on that ladder at 7:29 in the morning. Actually, stay a little longer. There's more of the story worth telling, and I don't want to rush it. But slow back down. A full day, hour by hour, we've talked about pieces of trench life scattered across this whole story. The mud, the lice, the food, the rats. But I don't think we've ever actually walked through one complete day, start to finish, the way you would have lived it. So let's do that now. Slowly, the way you'd want it told to you at this hour of the night. 4 a.m. The single most dangerous, most universally observed ritual of trench life on every front of this war. Both sides knew that dawn was statistically the most likely time for a surprise attack, since the low light made it easiest for advancing infantry to be masked by shadow, while still having just enough visibility to navigate no man's land. So every single morning, without exception, every man in the trench, sleeping or not, sick or not, is roused, armed, and made to stand at the firing step, rifle ready, staring out into the gloom of no man's land for upward of an hour, waiting to see if this is the morning the enemy finally comes. Most mornings, nothing happens. You stand there anyway, every single morning, for as long as you're at the front. Imagine your alarm clock going off at 4 a.m. every day, forever. Not to start your commute, but specifically so you can stare into darkness and wait to see if today is the day you die. And then most days you just don't, and you go have breakfast instead. 5:30 a.m. Stand to ends once it's fully light and the immediate dawn attack risk has passed. If you're fortunate, this is when the field kitchens further back manage to get something hot up to the line. Tea, if nothing else, and if you're luckier, some kind of porridge or fried bacon, carried up in large metal containers by men who've made the dangerous trip from the rear kitchens under whatever shelling happens to be active that morning. 7:09 you to roughly midday. This is when the bulk of the unglamorous, backbreaking labor of trench maintenance happens. Because contrary to popular imagination, most of your days at the front weren't spent charging across no man's land. They were spent digging. Trenches constantly collapsed, eroded, or were damaged by shell fire, and kept them functional was a full-time, physically exhausting job in itself. Repairing duckboards, bailing out flooded sections, reinforcing walls with sandbags and timber, and maintaining the barbed wire entanglements out in front of the trench, which sometimes required small, extremely dangerous nighttime working parties to crawl out into no man's land itself, to repair damaged wire under the constant threat of enemy patrols or suddenly illuminating area. Midday. A meal, if the kitchens manage it. Often the same bully beef and biscuit combination we discussed earlier, sometimes supplemented by whatever a soldier could scrounge, trade, or receive from home in a care package. Letter writing frequently happened during this stretch of relative quiet too, along with an enormous amount of simple grinding boredom, a detail that surprises people learning about trench life for the first time. But boredom really was one of its defining, exhausting features, punctuated by sudden, terrifying bursts of danger, rather than existing as constant, sustained combat. Afternoon. Sniping and shelling were most active during daylight hours, when visibility allowed for accurate targeting, meaning movement above the trench parapet during this stretch was at its most dangerous. Soldiers not on immediate duty would try to rest, though genuine deep sleep was almost impossible given the noise, the discomfort, and the constant low hum of anxiety that never fully switched off. Dusk. A second stand to, mirroring the dawn one, for the same tactical reasons, twilight being another period of dangerously ambiguous visibility that both sides recognized as prime attack timing. Night. This is when a huge amount of the war's most dangerous, least discussed activity actually happened. Night was when supplies, ammunition, and reinforcements were moved up to the line under cover of darkness, when wiring parties went out to repair barbed wire, when reconnaissance patrols crept into no man's land to gather intelligence on enemy positions, and when the truly unlucky found themselves assigned to a raiding party, a deliberately dangerous, high-risk mission to cross into the enemy trench itself, gather prisoners, or in Diawart, jai the Indabaith. And then, if you're fortunate, a few hours of broken, sitting up sleep in a mud alcove before 4 a.m. arrives again, and you do the entire thing over, every single day. For as long as your unit stayed in the line before rotating back for a rest period that might last a few days, if you were lucky, before you were sent right back up again. There was no single dramatic, cinematic battle that defined most of your time at the front. It was this exhausting, repetitive, quietly terrifying routine, stretched out over months and years, occasionally interrupted by the kind of catastrophic single days we've already walked through together tonight. What this war accidentally gave us. I want to close, before we finally let you sleep, on something a little less bleak. Because for everything this war took, it also, almost as an accidental byproduct of sheer catastrophic necessity, produced a wave of medical and scientific advancement that quietly reshaped the rest of the 20th century. Blood transfusion, as a safe, practical, widely used medical procedure, effectively came of age during this war. Earlier attempts at transfusion throughout history had been wildly inconsistent and often dangerous, since the existence of different blood types wasn't even discovered until 1901, and safe, reliable storage methods didn't exist yet at all. Doctors serving in this war, faced with catastrophic blood loss on a scale medicine had genuinely never had to manage before, developed and refined techniques for blood typing, anticoagulation, and storage that allowed blood to be collected, stored, and transported to where it was actually needed, effectively inventing the modern blood bank, a piece of infrastructure that has since saved a number of lives that almost certainly dwarfs the death toll of the war that inspired it. X-ray technology, similarly, moved from a promising but still relatively niche medical curiosity into an absolutely standard tool of battlefield medicine, in large part thanks to the efforts of the scientist Marie Curie, who personally designed and helped operate mobile X-ray units nicknamed Petites Curies, Little Curies, that she and a trained team, including her own teenage daughter, drove directly to field hospitals near the front lines, allowing surgeons to locate shrapnel and bullets inside wounded soldiers with a precision that had simply never been available before. One of history's most celebrated scientists spent a significant stretch of this war personally driving mobile X-ray equipment toward the sound of artillery fire, because she'd correctly identified that the technology she'd helped pioneer could save the lives of ordinary soldiers if someone was willing to actually get it close enough to the front to matter. Not every hero of this war carried a rifle. We've already touched on the origins of modern plastic and reconstructive surgery through Harold Gillies' pioneering facial reconstruction work, and on the enormous advances in prosthetic limb technology driven by the sheer staggering number of amputees this war produced. Psychiatric understanding of trauma, while genuinely, tragically inadequate by the standards of the war itself, took its first meaningful steps toward the modern field of trauma psychology, specifically because of the sheer, undeniable scale of shell-shock cases that doctors could no longer dismiss or ignore. None of this makes the cost of this war acceptable, or worth it, or in any way justified. I want to be completely clear about that, because I don't ever want this kind of detail to sound like I'm arguing the war was somehow a net positive because of what it accidentally produced. It wasn't. But it's a genuinely human thing, I think, that even inside an event built almost entirely out of loss, some of the people living through it were still finding ways, in whatever margins were available to them, to build something that would go on to help people who'd never even hear their names. And I think that's a good note to actually close on tonight. The Battle of Amiens and how the war actually ended. We touched on the 100 Days Offensive earlier, But I want to go back and give it the fuller telling it deserves, because it's the part of this story where, after everything you've endured, things finally, genuinely start going right, and it's worth understanding exactly how that happened. Not just that it did. August 8th, 1918. The Battle of Amiens opened before dawn, and it broke almost every rule this war had spent 4 years teaching both sides. There was no week-long preliminary bombardment to warn the Germans an attack was coming. Instead, Allied forces relied on careful secrecy, moving troops, tanks, and artillery into position under strict radio silence and cover of darkness, and opened the assault with a sudden, overwhelming, perfectly coordinated combination of tanks, infantry, artillery, and aircraft striking simultaneously, catching German defenders almost completely by surprise. The results were staggering by this war's standards. Allied forces advanced up to 7 miles on the very first day, a distance that, if you remember, took the entire Somme offensive nearly 5 months to achieve back in 1916. German General Erich Ludendorff, one of the war's key military architects, later described August 8, 1918 as the Black Day of the German Army, acknowledging in his own memoirs that this was the moment he understood, privately, that Germany could no longer win the war. It's a strange thing when you think about it. An entire war built out of 4 years of grinding, incremental, catastrophically expensive attrition, and the moment the tide genuinely turned came down to a single day where somebody finally remembered the element of surprise. From that point through early November, the Allies maintained near-continuous pressure, launching a rolling series of coordinated offensives all along the Western Front, rather than repeating the earlier pattern of enormous, single-point pushes that gave defenders time to regroup and reinforce. German forces, exhausted, undersupplied, and facing collapsing morale, both at the front and back home, were steadily pushed back, unable to establish the kind of stable defensive line that had defined this war for the previous 3 years. By late September and into October, it wasn't just the military situation collapsing for Germany. It was the entire structure holding the war effort together. Germany's allies began falling away rapidly. Bulgaria signed an armistice in late September. The Ottoman Empire followed in late October, and Austria-Hungary, its own multi-ethnic empire fracturing internally, exactly as we discussed earlier, signed its own armistice in early November, leaving Germany to face the Allies almost entirely alone. Imagine watching your entire support system collapse around you, nation by nation, in the span of about 6 weeks, while your own army is being steadily pushed back and your own cities are running out of food. That's the position the German High Command found itself in by early November 1918, and it's the actual unglamorous reason the war ended when it did. Not one dramatic final battle, a slow cascading collapse on every level at once. Which brings us back, one final time, to that railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne, and to 11 a.m. on November 11th, 1918, the moment we already walked through together earlier tonight. Except now you understand the fuller shape of how the world actually got there. Not a single climactic victory, but 4 years of grinding stalemate followed by roughly 3 months of accelerating collapse, ending in a silence that an entire generation had almost forgotten was possible. Stay a little longer still. There's more. The Battle of Loos. And the machine gun you haven't properly met yet. We've talked about machine guns in passing this entire story, treating them almost as background scenery to the artillery and gas we've focused on more heavily. That undersells them badly. So let's fix that now, using one specific battle as our way in. The Battle of Loos, fought by British forces in northern France in September 1915. The same autumn, notably, as the first British use of poison gas in retaliation for the German attack at Ypres months earlier. A single, well-positioned machine gun crew, typically just 2 or 3 men, firing a weapon like the German Maxim gun, could sustain a rate of fire of several hundred rounds per minute, effectively replacing what would once have required dozens of riflemen to achieve the same volume of fire. Positioned correctly with an interlocking field of fire alongside 2 or 3 other machine gun posts nearby, a handful of men could make an advance across open ground by hundreds of attacking infantry, essentially, mathematically suicidal. At Loos, British forces attacked German positions defended by exactly this kind of interlocking machine gun coverage across open, gently rolling farmland that offered attacking infantry almost no natural cover whatsoever. German machine gunners, in accounts recorded after the battle, described watching entire waves of British infantry advance in tightly packed formations directly into their pre-registered fields of fire, and simply, in the cold, clinical language some of those accounts use, being unable to miss. There's a specific kind of horror in that phrasing, unable to miss. Not a battle in the traditional sense of two forces contesting ground, but something closer to a firing range where the targets happened to still be alive and moving when the shooting started. The British suffered roughly 50,000 casualties across the battle, the territorial gains that were, once again, measured in a few square miles rather than anything resembling the decisive breakthrough the offensive had been intended to achieve. The battle also marked, grimly, one of the first large-scale uses of British chemical weapons, Britain retaliating with its own chlorine gas attack, which, in a bitter irony, ended up drifting back into British trenches in several sections due to a sudden, unfavorable wind shift, gassing a number of the very British soldiers it was meant to help. Even revenge, in this war, had a way of turning around and finding you anyway. When the soldiers said no by 1917, after Verdun, after the Somme, after nearly 3 years of catastrophic losses for territorial gains that could often be measured in mere hundreds of yards, something happened within the French army that most popular tellings of this war skip over almost entirely, largely because French military censorship at the time worked very hard to keep it quiet. A wave of mutinies, following yet another catastrophically costly and unsuccessful French offensive in April 1917, known as the Nivelle Offensive, after the general who promised it would achieve a decisive breakthrough within 48 hours, and instead produced roughly 130,000 plus French casualties for essentially no strategic gain. Something in the French army's collective morale simply broke. Over the following weeks, unrest spread through dozens of French divisions. It's important to be precise about what this mutiny actually was, and wasn't. French soldiers were not, broadly, refusing to defend their trenches if attacked, and were not turning against France itself. What they were refusing, in large numbers, was to participate in any further reckless, poorly planned offensive assaults of the kind that had already cost so many of their comrades' lives for so little in return. Think about what that actually represents. Not cowardice. Men who had already endured years of exactly this war's worst horrors, staying in their trenches, willing to keep defending their positions. What they'd lost faith in wasn't the war itself. It was their own commander's judgment about how to fight it. French authorities responded with a mixture of genuine reform and harsh punishment. General Philippe Seine, the same officer who'd organized the rotating defense system that helped hold Verdun, was placed in overall command specifically because of his reputation for being more careful with soldiers' lives than some of his peers, and he moved relatively quickly to improve conditions, better food, more regular leave, a firm public commitment to avoid further large-scale, poorly conceived offensives, until conditions favored success. At the same time, military tribunals prosecuted thousands of soldiers involved in the unrest, with a number of death sentences handed down, though the actual number of executions carried out historians estimate somewhere in the range of several dozen to just over 100, depending on the source, was deliberately kept far lower than the number of death sentences issued, in part specifically to avoid further inflaming an already fragile situation. The mutinies were kept remarkably quiet at the time, both by French military censorship and, afterward, by a natural collective reluctance across French society to dwell on a moment that complicated the tidier, more heroic national narrative of the war. It's only in recent decades that the scale and legitimacy of the underlying grievances have been more openly, honestly examined by historians. It's worth remembering tonight that survival in this war wasn't only ever a physical question. For a huge number of men, at some point, it became a question of what they were still willing to be ordered to do, and the honest answer, for a significant stretch of the French army in the spring of 1917, was not that. Not anymore. Not like that. The blockade you never saw. We've talked about German food shortages a few times tonight in passing. The turnip winter, the malnourished troops of 1918. But the mechanism behind all of that deserves its own proper explanation, because it represents one of this war's quietest, least visually dramatic, and yet most lethal weapons, the Allied naval blockade of Germany. From nearly the war's outset, the British Royal Navy, with its overwhelming numerical superiority at sea, imposed a sweeping blockade on German ports, intercepting and turning back merchant shipping attempting to bring food, fertilizer, and raw materials into Germany and its allies. This wasn't a single dramatic battle. It was a slow, grinding, years-long economic strangulation, conducted almost entirely out of sight of the trenches, the newspapers back home, or, frankly, most popular historical memory of this war today. The effects on the German civilian population were severe and worsened steadily as the war dragged on. Estimates of excess civilian deaths in Germany directly attributable to blockade-related malnutrition and associated disease over the course of the war range widely across different historical studies, but many serious estimates place the figure somewhere in the several 100,000 range, concentrated particularly among the very young, the elderly, and those already weakened by other illness. The same demographic categories that any famine, anywhere in history, tends to hit hardest first. Here's the detail that I think deserves the most attention, and the least jokes. The blockade didn't actually end when the fighting did. Under the terms of the armistice, the Allied blockade of Germany was deliberately maintained for several additional months after November 11, 1918, specifically as leverage to pressure the German government into accepting the eventual terms of the Versailles Peace Treaty. That means German civilians, including children who had already endured years of wartime malnutrition, continued suffering under blockade conditions well into 1919, after the guns had already fallen silent on the battlefield, as a direct, deliberate instrument of ongoing post-war diplomacy. It's a genuinely uncomfortable footnote to a story that otherwise ends. For most participants, on November 11th, for a meaningful number of German civilians, especially children, the war's actual physical toll didn't stop there at all. It just changed shape and kept going, quietly, for months longer, largely unseen by the rest of the world already celebrating peace, the small nation that refused to fall. There's one more national story worth telling properly before we close, and it's one that rarely gets the attention it deserves. Belgium and Serbia, the two smaller nations whose invasions, in different ways, effectively triggered the wider war, and who suffered some of its most disproportionate civilian devastation as a direct result. Belgium's invasion in August 1914 was meant, under the German war plan, to be a quick transit corridor on the way to France, not a genuine military objective in itself. Belgian resistance, though ultimately unable to stop the German advance, was fierce enough and unexpected enough to visibly frustrate and enrage the invading German command, and the response was brutal. In the war's opening weeks, German forces, operating under a mixture of genuine paranoia about civilian guerrilla resistance, so-called Francs-tireurs, a term borrowed from the earlier Franco-Prussian War, and a deliberate policy of exemplary terror intended to discourage further resistance, carried out a series of mass reprisals against Belgian civilians. Entire towns were burned. The historic university library at Louvain, home to hundreds of thousands of irreplaceable medieval manuscripts and books, was deliberately destroyed by fire. Civilian executions, in incidents that came to be known collectively, at the time as the Rape of Belgium, killed an estimated 5,000 to 6,000 Belgian civilians in the war's first months alone. This is worth noting, one of the very reasons Britain entered the war at all. The invasion of a neutral country Britain had treaty obligations to protect, followed almost immediately by reports widely circulated and, in later historical examination, largely confirmed as substantially accurate of exactly this kind of civilian brutality. Belgium's suffering wasn't a footnote to the war. For a significant stretch of its opening chapter, it was a central part of why the war became as large as it did. Serbia's experience was, if anything, even more devastating relative to its size. As the nation whose alleged involvement in the Sarajevo assassination triggered Austria-Hungary's initial declaration of war, Serbia bore an enormous, disproportionate cost for a relatively small country. Serbian forces initially achieved some surprising early defensive successes against Austro-Hungarian invasion attempts in 1914, but a combined Austro-Hungarian, German, and Bulgarian offensive in late 1950 finally overwhelmed Serbian defenses entirely, forcing what remained of the Serbian army, wasing a substantial number of civilian refugees, into a desperate winter retreat across the mountains of Albania toward the Adriatic coast. A journey undertaken in brutal winter conditions with inadequate food, clothing, and medical's parallels. By the war's end, Serbia had suffered casualty and civilian death rates as a proportion of its overall pre-war population that were among the highest of any nation involved in the entire conflict. Some estimates suggest close to a sixth of Serbia's entire pre-war population died as a direct or indirect result of the war, a proportional toll that dwarfs the losses suffered by any of the larger, more commonly remembered combatant nations. It's worth sitting with that for a moment before we move on. When we talk about this war's largest numbers, Britain's near million dead, France's nearly 1.5 million, Germany's roughly 2 million. It's easy to lose track of countries like Serbia, where the raw number was smaller, but the proportional wound cut deeper into the actual population than almost anywhere else on the entire map of this conflict. One more soldier, one more story. Before we finally, truly close this out, I want to tell you about one more person. Not a general, not a famous poet, just an ordinary soldier whose experience happens to be unusually well documented, because I think it captures something the statistics alone never quite managed to. Harry Patch was a British soldier who served at Passchendaele in 1917 as part of a machine gun crew. He was wounded by shrapnel in September of that year, an injury that, in a small mercy given everything we've discussed tonight about wartime medicine, ended up being his ticket out of active frontline service for the remainder of the war, sparing him whatever came after. What makes Harry Patch's story significant isn't really anything dramatic that happened to him specifically in battle. It's what happened afterward, over the following 8 decades of his life. For the vast majority of his life, Harry Patch almost never spoke about his experiences in the war at all, a pattern remarkably common among veterans of his generation, who frequently found the experience simply too difficult, too far outside ordinary language, to discuss, even with their own families. It was only in the final years of his extraordinarily long life. He lived to be 111 years old, becoming, for a period before his death in 2009, the last surviving combat veteran of the trenches on the Western Front, that he began speaking publicly and extensively about what he'd witnessed, becoming, almost by simple accident of longevity, one of the war's most important living voices in its final years of living memory. What he said, consistently, in those final interviews was strikingly different from the patriotic, heroic framing that had dominated so much of the war's public memory for decades. He described war, in his own words, as nothing better than organized murder, and spent much of his remaining life advocating for reconciliation, visiting former German soldiers, and emphasizing, again and again, the shared humanity of ordinary young men on every side of a conflict that had been, in his own assessment, fundamentally unnecessary and driven by the failures of a small number of powerful men who never had to personally pay the price for their decisions. He died in July 2009, and with his death, the direct living memory of actual combat in the trenches of the Western Front effectively ended. The last man who had personally stood where you spent this entire night, imagining yourself standing, gone, taking with him the final first-hand witness to exactly what we've spent all these hours together trying, imperfectly, to reconstruct through statistics, letters, and second-hand accounts. That's part of why stories like this one matter, I think. Not to relive the horror for its own sake, but because there's genuinely nobody left now who can tell it to us directly, in their own voice, from their own memory. All we have left is what they managed to pass on in the years before they were gone. So we owe it to them, I think, to actually listen when they did. The women who were also there we touched briefly earlier tonight on women's roles in wartime factories and expanding civilian employment back home. But there's a group of women whose war was fought far closer to the front than that, and who deserve their own proper telling before we close. Military nurses. Tens of thousands of women served as trained nurses and volunteer aides. In Britain, organized largely under the Voluntary Aid Detachment, or VAD, system, casualty clearing stations, and hospital ships often within a few miles of the actual front line, well within range of artillery fire, and in daily direct contact with the full, unfiltered horror of this war's wounds. The gas burns, the amputations, the gas gangrene, the facial injuries we discussed early, and the shell-shocked men whose psychological wounds were every bit The work was relentless and physically brutal in its own right. 12, sometimes 18-hour shifts in overcrowded, understaffed wards, handling casualty volumes that could spike overnight from a few dozen patients to several hundred, following a single major offensive, with nurses themselves frequently working through complete physical and emotional exhaustion because there was, quite simply, no one else available to take their place. A number of nurses died over the course of the war, from disease contracted through their work, from the general hazards of proximity to the front, including occasional direct shelling of hospitals and hospital ships that were, in principle, supposed to be protected under international agreements, but were not always reliably spared in practice. Vera Brittain, an English writer who served as a bad nurse and later wrote one of the war's most widely read personal memoirs, Testament of Youth, lost her fiancé, her brother, and 2 close friends over the course of the war, all while continuing her nursing work through hospitals in England, Malta, and France. Her account remains, to this day, one of the most vivid, unflinching first-hand descriptions of what it meant to experience this war, not from a trench, but from the ward immediately behind it. Close enough to see, every single day, exactly what the trenches were doing to the young men she'd grown up alongside. It's worth remembering tonight that survival in this war wasn't only a question asked of the men holding rifles. It was asked just as urgently of the women standing over the operating tables those men were carried to. Women who watched an entire generation of their own peers arrive broken over and over for years, and kept working anyway because someone had to. One final trip back to the trench. I want to take you back one more time, all the way back to where we started tonight. That ladder, that whistle, that 22-year-old version of you at 7:29 in the morning. But this time, I want to slow it down properly, second by second, the way it would have actually felt, rather than the way we rushed through it at the very beginning of this story. It's 7:29. The whistle is between the officer's teeth, but he hasn't blown it yet. In this last minute, your senses do something strange. Soldiers who survived and later described this exact moment consistently report an odd heightened clarity, as though the brain, understanding on some primal level that this might be its last chance to properly register the world, decides to notice everything at once. You notice the specific sour smell of the mud beneath your boots. A smell you've been living inside for weeks and had stopped consciously registering until right now. You notice the exact texture of the wooden ladder rung under your palm, worn smooth by dozens of hands that climbed it before you today, this week, this month. You notice the sound of your own breathing, unusually loud inside your own head, competing with the low, continuous rumble of distant artillery that has become so constant over the past weeks that your mind mostly filters it out as background noise. Except right now, in this final minute, nothing gets filtered out at all. The whistle blows, you climb. Your body does it almost independently of conscious thought at this point. 4 years, or 4 weeks, if you're newer to this than the men around you, of drilled discipline taking over where deliberate courage might otherwise fail. You're up, over the parapet, into open ground, and the world immediately becomes louder and smaller at the same time. Louder, because the machine guns opposite have already opened up, a sound different from artillery, sharper, more personal. A sound you understand on some deep animal level is specifically meant for you. Smaller, because your entire field of awareness narrows down to the patch of shattered, cratered ground directly in front of you, the specific gap in the barbed wire your unit was told down. I'm not going to tell you what happens in the next 30 seconds. Because as I said much earlier tonight, that's genuinely not up to bravery or skill or the strength of your character. It's up to the machine gunner's traverse pattern, the accuracy of this morning's preliminary bombardment, and the 1,000 tiny variables of luck that no one crossing that ground has any control over whatsoever. What I can tell you is this: whatever happens to you in those 30 seconds, it happens to someone. A real person with a specific smell of mud on his boots and a specific sound of his own breathing in his ears, and a specific memory of a wooden ladder rung worn smooth under his palm. Not a statistic. Not a line in a casualty report that gets typed up somewhere behind the lines days later and reduced, eventually, to a single number in a story like this one, told by someone like me, 100+ years later, to someone like you, lying safe and warm and impossibly far away from all of it. That's the whole point of tonight, really. Not to make you relive a nightmare for its own sake. It's to make sure that somewhere in the back of your mind, as you finally drift off, that ladder, that whistle, that ordinary young man with a sister's wedding on his mind, stays real to you. Just for tonight, just enough. What did the war cost? Country by country. Let's slow down one final time and actually walk through the specific human cost this war extracted from each of its major participants. Because we've thrown around the overall global figure a few times tonight, 15 to 22 million. But a number that large stops meaning much of anything to the human brain unless you break it back down into pieces small enough to actually hold. Germany suffered somewhere around 2 million military deaths, the largest single military death toll of any nation in the war, drawn from a population that, by the war's end, had also endured years of the blockade-driven malnutrition we discussed earlier, layering civilian suffering directly on top of military catastrophe. Russia's military death toll is estimated in a similarly enormous range, somewhere around 1.7 to 1.8 million. Though, as we discussed, Russian record-keeping through the chaos of the 1917 revolution and subsequent civil war means these figures come with a wider margin of uncertainty than most other combatant nations. France lost approximately 1.4 million military dead out of a pre-war population considerably smaller than Germany's or Russia's, meaning France's losses, proportionally, cut even deeper into its available population of young men, a demographic wound that historians and demographers have traced forward for decades afterward in France's birth rates, workforce composition, and rural depopulation. Austria-Hungary lost around 1.2 million. Britain and its empire lost close to 1 million, with the empire's contribution, including the roughly 74,000 Indian dead we discussed, alongside substantial losses from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, meaning that British losses in this war were, in reality, drawn from every corner of an empire spanning the entire globe. Italy lost around 650,000, a toll concentrated heavily along that brutal Alpine front we walked through earlier. The Ottoman Empire's military losses are estimated at somewhere around 770,000, alongside the horrifying separate toll of the Armenian genocide we discussed, which occurred alongside but distinct from the war's direct combat casualties. The United States, entering relatively late and only fighting in significant numbers for roughly the final 6 months of the war, still lost over 116,000 military personnel in that comparatively brief span, a toll that, per month of active involvement, was actually staggeringly high by comparison to nations that had endured the full 4 years. Belgium and Serbia, the two smaller nations whose stories we told in more detail earlier, suffered losses that, proportional to their populations, rank among the very worst of any nation in this entire war, despite their overall numbers being smaller in absolute terms than the larger empires. And underneath every one of those national totals sits the same basic unit, repeated millions and millions of times over. One specific person, with one specific name, one specific family waiting for a letter that eventually stopped coming, one specific empty chair at one specific dinner table, for years, sometimes for the rest of an entire lifetime. Beat final. That's the actual scale of what we've spent this whole night walking through together. Not a story. Not really. A ledger of individual, irreplaceable people. So long that no single night, no single script, no single storyteller could ever hope to properly hold all of it. We've only managed to hold a small, honest fraction of it here tonight. And I think that's actually the right way to end this. Not with false completeness, but with honest scale. Why we still tell this story. So why does any of this matter now, tonight, to you? Lying comfortable and warm and entirely safe, more than a century removed from any of it. I think it's because the people who lived through this war, in the years immediately afterward, made a specific, deliberate choice. One that's easy to forget, looking back from this distance. They chose to remember it publicly, permanently, and in enormous, unavoidable detail, not to glorify it, not in the vast majority of cases, but specifically as a warning. The memorials in nearly every village square across Europe. The poetry of men like Wilfred Owen written explicitly to strip away the romantic myths that had sent his entire generation marching so eagerly towards slaughter. The annual moment of silence still observed, generation after generation. All of it exists because the people closest to this horror understood, better than anyone before or since, exactly how easily an entire civilization can convince itself that a war will quick, glorious satwasatet, riatatat. And here's the uncomfortable truth sitting underneath that warning, the one worth carrying with you as you finally drift off tonight. The specific mix of ingredients that produced this catastrophe. Overconfident leaders, tangled alliances nobody fully understood the consequences of, technology that outpaced anyone's ability to imagine what it would actually do to human bodies, and an entire generation of ordinary young men who trusted completely that the people sending them off knew what they were doing. None of that is safely locked away in 1940. Those same basic ingredients have recombined in different forms more than once since, and there is no permanent guarantee they won't again. It's not meant to end this night on despair. I don't think that's the right note either. I think it's meant to end on something closer to responsibility, a quiet, personal reminder that the reason we tell stories like this one, in loving, careful, sometimes uncomfortable detail, at 2 a.m. to people trying to fall asleep, is that remembering properly is one of the only tools an ordinary person actually has to make sure it's a little bit harder for it to happen again exactly the same way. You wouldn't have survived World War I. Almost none of us would have. But you're here now, safe, warm, and if I've done my job properly tonight, you understand a little more completely than you did a few hours ago exactly what that means and exactly what it cost. Stay a little longer still. There's more. Vimy Ridge and the nation built on a single morning. Let's go back to the battlefield one more time, because there's a specific battle we've skipped entirely tonight, and it deserves its place in this story, both for what it achieved tactically and for what it came to mean afterward to an entire country. April 9th, 1915. Vimy Ridge, a heavily fortified high-ground position in northern France that German forces had held and successfully defended against previous French assaults for over 2 years. It was assigned, this time, to the 4 divisions of the Canadian Corps, fighting together as a single unified force for the first time in the war, rather than split apart and distributed piecemeal among British units the way colonial and Dominion troops had frequently been used earlier in the conflict. The Canadians approached the assault differently than a lot of the offensives we've already described tonight. Extensive rehearsal took place beforehand, with troops drilled repeatedly on scale models of the exact terrain they'd be crossing. A new artillery technique, the creeping barrage, was used with unusual precision, a continuously advancing wall of shellfire that infantry could follow closely behind, timed so precisely that attacking troops could reach German positions only moments after the shelling had passed over them, before defenders had time to fully emerge from shelter and man their weapons. Compare that to the Somme, barely a year earlier, where the bombardment finished, gave the Germans time to climb back up from their bunkers, and then the infantry walked, upright, at a slow pace, into weapons that were already fully manned and waiting. Vimy Ridge, tactically, represents this war finally, painfully learning some of its own hardest lessons. The assault succeeded. Canadian forces captured the ridge within days, in one of the more clear-cut tactical victories either side achieved during the entire war, at a cost of roughly 3,600 Canadian dead and around 7,000 wounded, a serious toll by any normal standard, but strikingly, meaningfully lower than the casualty ratios of many of the offensives we've already walked through tonight, relative to what was actually achieved. For Canada specifically, a country that had entered the war still functioning largely as a set of individual colonial units fighting under British command, Vimy Ridge became something larger than a single battle in national memory. It became, in the decades that followed, widely mythologized as a genuine turning point in Canadian national identity, the moment a collection of colonial regiments fought and won as one unified Canadian force for the first time, a story Canada still tells about itself in memorials and school curricula over a century. It's worth remembering, holding both of these facts side by side, the very same war that produced Passchendaele barely a few months later and only a short distance away, also produced Vimy Ridge, proof that this conflict wasn't purely uniformly futile in every single engagement, even as the overall shape of the war remained one of the most catastrophic, costly stalemates in human history. Both things are true at once, and I think holding them together, rather than picking one simple story, is closer to the actual truth of this war than either extreme on its own. The mines under Messines. Here's one more Western Front story worth telling because it involves a piece of engineering so audacious that, when it finally happened, it was reportedly heard, the actual sound of it, as far away as London and Dublin. In preparation for the Battle of Messines in June 1917, British and Commonwealth military engineers spent well over a year secretly tunneling deep beneath German positions along the Messines Ridge in Belgium, digging a network of tunnels stretching in some cases well over 100 feet underground, working in complete secrecy in cramped, oxygen-poor conditions, constantly at risk of German counter-tunneling efforts detecting and destroying their work before it was complete. Imagine that as your specific job in this war. Not the trenches, not the machine guns, but spending over a year digging silently deep underground, directly beneath an enemy who has absolutely no idea you're there, packing the tunnels beneath them with hundreds of thousands of pounds of explosives, and simply waiting in the dark for over a year for the single moment you'll finally be allowed to detonate it all at once. At 3:10 a.m. on June 7, 1917, 19 of these massive mines were detonated simultaneously beneath the German lines. It remains, to this day, considered one of the largest deliberate non-nuclear explosions in human history up to that point. The shockwave and sound reportedly detectable, according to multiple period accounts, hundreds of miles away in parts of southern England and Ireland. German defenses along that section of the ridge were essentially annihilated in an instant, and the subsequent infantry assault, following that devastating opening, achieved one of the more successful, relatively lower-cost advances of the entire war. Somewhere in London, on an ordinary Thursday morning in June 1917, ordinary civilians reportedly felt or heard a distant rumble from across the English Channel, and had absolutely no idea, in that moment, that they'd just experienced the physical echo of an entire ridge in Belgium being blown into the sky. When the sailors sighed no too. We already talked about the moment France's army briefly refused to keep fighting in the spring of 1917, but there's a mirror image of that story on the German side, right at the very end of the war, and is arguably even more directly responsible for how quickly everything finally collapsed. By late October 1918, with Germany's military position on the Western Front clearly and irreversibly deteriorating, the German Naval High Command, in a decision historians widely regard as reckless and almost suicidal in intent, ordered the High Seas Fleet, the same fleet that had fought at Jutland back in 1916, to sail out for one final, climactic battle against the numerically superior British Royal Navy. There was no meaningful strategic justification for this order beyond a kind of grim, honor-driven desire among some senior naval officers to avoid what they saw as the disgrace of the fleet sitting out the war's ending without a final fight, regardless of the facts that such a battle stood essentially no realistic chance of changing the war's outcome, and would simply have gotten thousands more sailors killed in the war's final days for no strategic purpose whatsoever. The sailors said no. Beginning at the port of Kiel in early November 1918, German sailors mutinied outright, refusing the order, and their unrest spread with startling speed. Within days, sparking uprisings among sailors, soldiers, and workers across German cities, effectively becoming the opening spark of the German Revolution that, within about a week, forced Kaiser Wilhelm II to abdicate and flee into exile, and directly enabled the new civilian government that would go on to sign the armistice. Think about that chain of cause and effect for a moment. A group of ordinary sailors refusing to die in a pointless, symbolic, final battle nobody actually needed ended up triggering the collapse of an entire imperial government within days, arguably doing more in that single act of collective refusal to actually end the war than any single battlefield victory achieved in its final year. It's a theme we've circled back to more than once tonight, in different forms. The French soldiers of 1917, the German sailors of 1918, and I think it's worth naming directly one final time before we finally properly let this story rest. Sometimes, the most consequential act available to an ordinary person caught inside a machine this large isn't heroism, in the traditional sense we're taught to admire. Sometimes it's simply refusal. The men who refused to go at all. Not everyone who was called to fight in this war agreed to go, and their story deserves a place here too because it took a specific, quieter kind of courage that this war's culture, at the time, rarely recognized as courage at all. Conscientious objectors, men who refused military service on moral, religious, or political grounds, existed in every major combatant nation, though their treatment varied enormously depending on where they lived. In Britain, following the introduction of conscription in 1916, a formal legal process existed, in theory, to recognize genuine conscientious objection, allowing some men to serve in non-combatant roles instead, such as stretcher-bearing or medical support itself. As we discussed earlier, an extraordinarily dangerous job, meaning that choosing not to carry a weapon didn't necessarily mean choosing safety, but the system was applied unevenly and often harshly. A smaller number of absolutists, men who refused to participate in the war effort in any capacity whatsoever, including non-combatant support roles, often on the grounds that any contribution at all made them complicit in the machinery of the war, faced imprisonment, forced labor under brutal conditions, and, in a number of documented and deeply controversial cases, were forcibly transported to the front lines themselves and subjected to punishments designed specifically to break their resolve, including tied to finished or public attitudes toward conscientious objectors during the war itself were frequently hostile, even cruel. Accusations of cowardice, social ostracism, white feathers handed out publicly by strangers as a symbol of shaming a man perceived to be avoiding his duty, sometimes handed, in a detail historians have noted with a certain bitter irony, to men who were actually on leave from active combat service, or who had already been discharged due to injuries sustained at the front, simply because they happened to be a young man in civilian clothes on a public street. It would take decades in most of these nations for conscientious objectors of this war to receive anything resembling broader public recognition or respect for the moral position they'd held, a recognition that, in some cases, only really solidified once later generations had the benefit of enough historical distance to reassess what courage, in the context of this particular war, might actually have meant. The factories that never stopped we touched earlier on the Canary Girls working in British munitions factories, but the scale of industrial mobilization behind this war deserves a fuller picture because it represents one more entire, largely invisible front of the conflict, the one that determined, in the end, which side could actually keep supplying its armies long enough to survive the war of attrition this conflict had become. By the war's later years, entire national economies had been restructured almost completely around military production. In Britain, the Ministry of Munitions, created specifically in response to a severe early war shortage of artillery shells that had genuinely hampered military operations, oversaw a staggering expansion of industrial output. By 1918, British factories were producing tens of millions of shells annually, alongside rifles, machine guns, aircraft, and every other category of military equipment this new, mechanized war consumed at a rate no previous conflict in history had ever demanded. Consider the sheer scale shift required here. This was a war that, in its opening weeks, still involved cavalry charges, an image straight out of the 19th century. By its final year, it involved coordinated tank formations, dedicated fighter aircraft squadrons, and industrial shell production numbering in the tens of millions annually. The technological distance covered in those 4 years arguably exceeds the technological distance covered in several previous decades combined, forced into existence purely by the desperate competitive pressure of trying to outproduce and outkill an equally desperate enemy. Germany faced a genuinely brutal structural disadvantage in this industrial race, specifically because of the naval blockade we discussed earlier. Cut off from many of the raw materials and imported resources its economy had previously relied on, German industry had to improvise substitute materials for everything from rubber to specific metals to basic foodstuffs. A scramble for synthetic and substitute materials, Ersatzgoods, as they were known in German, that touched nearly every part of daily civilian military life. By the High Verjoist Storyteller. Imagine fighting a war where you're not just running low on soldiers, but running low on the actual raw materials required to make the boots those soldiers are supposed to wear, forcing you to improvise substitute after substitute, each one slightly worse than the real thing, for 4 straight years. What the children saw. One more group we haven't properly discussed tonight. The children of this war, on every side of it. Not soldiers, obviously, but a generation of young people who grew up entirely inside its shadow and whose experience shaped an era every bit as much as the trenches did, in a quieter, less documented way. Children in combatant nations grew up amid constant, unavoidable reminders of the war. Fathers, older brothers, and uncles, absent or dead. Schools reorganized around war-related activities like knitting socks for soldiers or participating in fundraising drives for war bonds. And in nations closer to the front or subject to aerial bombing, direct, first-hand exposure to genuine danger and loss in a way most children in previous generations of relative European peace had never had to experience. In parts of France and Belgium that fell under German occupation, children grew up under direct foreign military administration, with schools, food supplies, and daily life all tightly controlled by an occupying power for years at a stretch. For the children of soldiers who died, the war left behind an entire demographic reality that reshaped European society for decades afterward. Countless households run by widowed mothers, raising children with no living memory of their own fathers beyond photographs, letters, and whatever fragments of memory older siblings could pass down. Britain alone is estimated to have produced somewhere in the range of 300,000 to 400,000 war widows, alongside a correspondingly enormous number of fatherless children, a demographic wound that quietly shaped an entire generation's experience of family, economic hardship, and grief, long after the guns themselves had fallen silent. It's worth remembering that the war's actual ending, on November 11th, 1918, didn't really mark an ending at all for a huge number of these households. It simply marked the moment the letters stopped arriving entirely, replaced by a telegram, or sometimes by nothing at all. Just silence, and an increasingly certain, unconfirmed dread, stretching out over months or occasionally years before any official confirmation of a loved one's fate finally, formally arrived. The truth rationed like everything else we've mentioned. Censorship and propaganda a few times tonight in passing. But it's worth understanding just how completely this war reshaped the relationship between governments, the press, and ordinary civilians trying to understand what was actually happening to their sons, husbands, and brothers at the front. Every major combatant nation established formal wartime censorship over newspapers, private correspondence, and public information almost immediately upon entering the war. Soldiers' letters home, as we discussed earlier, were routinely read and redacted by military censors before being allowed to leave the front, stripping out specific details of location, casualties, and military setbacks. Newspaper coverage of the war, meanwhile, was tightly controlled through official government press bureaus which decided what correspondents could see, where they could go, and ultimately what could actually be published, meaning the version of this war that most civilians back home were reading for years at a stretch was a carefully curated, consistently optimistic account that frequently bore only a loose resemblance to the actual, catastrophic reality unfolding a few hundred miles away. This created a genuinely strange, disorienting gap between the home front's understanding of the war and the actual lived experience of the men fighting it, a gap that soldiers on leave frequently describe as almost impossible to bridge, arriving home to find friends, family, and entire communities who had spent years reading confidently upbeat newspaper coverage entirely unprepared for the exhausted, traumatized, fundamentally changed person actually stepping off the train. Imagine surviving everything we spent this entire night describing, and then coming home to people who, through no fault of their own, simply don't have any real framework for what you've actually been through, because the only version of this war they've ever been allowed to read about was carefully sanitized before it ever reached them. Propaganda, meanwhile, actively worked to shape not just information but emotion and identity. Recruitment posters, official war art commissioned specifically to portray heroic, sanitized versions of combat, films, and a relentless stream of public messaging designed to maintain morale, dehumanize the enemy, and justify the war's escalating human cost, as it grew increasingly difficult to explain in purely rational, strategic terms. Atrocity propaganda, in particular, some based on genuine, documented events like the Belgian invasion we discussed earlier, and some substantially exaggerated or entirely fabricated, became a standard tool on every side, used to stoke public anger and justify continued sacrifice, a wartime practice whose long-term legacy included a lasting, broader public skepticism toward government-sourced war reporting in the decades that followed. once the full scale of wartime exaggeration and censorship became more widely understood after the fact. What was written and what it changed. We spent time earlier with Wilfred Owen, but he wasn't alone. This war produced an entire generation of writers, poets, and artists whose direct, personal experience of it fundamentally reshaped Western literature and art for decades afterward, moving culture, in a broad sense, away from the romanticized, heroic depictions of combat that had dominated public imagination before 1914, and toward a far starker, more honest reckoning with what industrialized warfare actually did to the people caught inside it. Siegfried Sassoon, Owen's mentor at Craig Lockhart, survived the war and became known not just for his poetry, but for a remarkably bold public act of protest in 1917, publishing an open letter while still an active duty officer, openly declaring his belief that the war was being deliberately and unnecessarily prolonged by politicians and military leaders, for reasons that no longer had anything to do with genuine national defense. Rather than court-martialing him outright, which risked creating an embarrassing public martyr, military authorities instead had him declared to be suffering from shell shock and sent to Craig Lockhart for treatment, which is, notably, where he then met and mentored Owen, meaning one of this war's most consequential literary friendships exists, in a strange, almost accidental way, because the military establishment didn't quite know what else to do with an officer brave enough to say publicly what a great thinking. Erich Maria Remarque, a German veteran, published All Quiet on the Western Front, a full decade after the war ended, in 1929, a novel that became one of the most widely read anti-war works of the 20th century, translated into dozens of languages, and notably banned and publicly burned by the Nazi regime just a few years after its publication. Precisely because its unflinching, deeply human portrayal of ordinary German soldiers' suffering directly contradicted the heroic militaristic national narrative that was contradictory. There's something worth sitting with in that detail specifically. A novel written by a veteran describing honestly what this war had actually cost ordinary German soldiers, being burned within a single generation by a political movement actively preparing the same country for an even larger war. The lesson these writers had tried so hard to pass on wasn't received by everyone, and not even by everyone in their own homeland. Still, the broader cultural shift these writers helped produce was real and lasting. Public memory of this war across most of the 20th century that followed moved decisively away from the romanticized, glory-focused framing that had recruited an entire generation of eager young volunteers back in August 1914 and towards something closer to what we've spent tonight actually walking through together, an honest reckoning with mud, gas, rats, and the sheer indiscriminate randomness of who lived and who didn't. That shift in how societies choose to remember their wars, imperfect and incomplete as it remains even now, is one of this conflict's genuine, if quietly delivered, legacies. The words you'd actually use down there before we go further into the war's aftermath. I want to give you something smaller, stranger, and honestly a little bit funny, because for all the horror we've walked through tonight, soldiers in the trenches developed an entire private language of their own, dark humor woven directly into daily survival, and understanding it tells you something real about how ordinary people cope with the unbearable. A blighty wound. Blighty being military slang for Britain, home. Referred to an injury serious enough to get you sent home, but not serious enough to kill or permanently disable you. It was, genuinely, a phrase soldiers used with something close to longing. An injury you'd actually hope for. A specific, calculated kind of luck. A wound just bad enough to earn you a ticket out of hell without costing you a limb, your sight, or your life. Some men, in documented and understandable moments of absolute desperation, are known to have deliberately, if illegally and dangerously, tried to inflict minor wounds on themselves specifically to engineer exactly this outcome, a practice military authorities took extremely seriously as a court-martial offense, precisely because they understood how tempting the logic of a blighty wound genuinely was. Think about the specific, grim rationality required to actually want to be shot, carefully, in exactly the right non-lethal spot, as your best available strategy for staying alive. Trench foot, trench mouth, trench fever. We've covered the medical realities of all of these tonight, but soldiers also just casually referred to any general, unglamorous suffering as being trenchy. a flexible catch-all term for the entire miserable condition of frontline existence. A wooden cross was grim slang for death itself, referencing the simple wooden grave markers used for battlefield burials. Over the top, the phrase that's become the most enduring piece of this war's vocabulary in the century since, still used today, far outside any military context, to describe anything excessive or extreme, originally referred with brutal literalism to the exact moment of climbing out of the trench and into no man's land, the specific moment we've returned to together several times tonight. Songs, too, were an enormous part of daily coping. Soldiers sang constantly on marches in the trenches during quiet moments, songs that ranged from genuinely patriotic to darkly, bitterly satirical, mocking the war's absurdities, their own commanding officers, and the grim monotony of their daily existence with a kind of gallows humor that historians studying wartime morale consider absolutely essential to understanding how ordinary men managed to endure years of this without simply collectively breaking down entirely. It's worth remembering tonight that humor and horror lived side by side down there, constantly, out of sheer psychological necessity, not because anyone involved found any of this genuinely funny, but because laughing, even darkly, even briefly, at an unbearable situation is one of the oldest, most stubbornly human tools available for actually surviving one. The faith that went down there, too. One more group whose presence at the front deserves its own mention: military chaplains, who served in enormous numbers on every side of this conflict, and whose experience of the war was, in its own way, entirely unique, present for every part of the horror we've described tonight, but without a weapon, and with the specific, exhausting responsibility of trying to offer some form of spiritual comfort to men facing daily, arbitrary mechanized death all at a turn. A tannish salve that attached the tying to the triage baronet. Chaplains conducted burial services, often for dozens of men at once, following a major offensive, frequently under continued shelling in makeshift cemeteries hastily dug close behind the front lines. They wrote condolence letters to families, sat with dying men in field hospitals and casualty clearing stations, and, in a great many documented accounts, quietly struggled with their own crises of faith, watching young men die in numbers and in ways that many found almost impossible to reconcile with any conventional theological explanation for suffering. Studdert Kennedy, a British Army chaplain who became known among troops by the nickname Woodbine Willie. After the cheap cigarettes he was famous for handing out generously to wounded and dying men alongside spiritual comfort, became one of the more beloved figures of the entire war among ordinary soldiers, precisely because his approach avoided distant, formal religious platitudes in favor of simply physically being present with men in their absolute worst moments, offering a cigarette and quiet company rather than a sermon. Sometimes, it turns out, the most meaningful thing anyone could actually offer a dying 20-year-old in a shell hole wasn't an elaborate theological explanation for what was happening to him. It was just someone willing to sit there in the mud and not leave. The piece that planted the next war. We touched on the Treaty of Versailles briefly earlier, but it deserves a fuller telling because the specific decisions made in those negotiations shaped the following 2 decades of world history in ways that are almost impossible to overstate. The peace conference convened in Paris in January 1919, bringing together representatives from the victorious Allied powers, notably the Big Four: Britain's Prime Minister David Lloyd George, France's Premier Georges Clemenceau, Italy's Prime Minister Vittorio Orlando, and United States President Woodrow Wilson, to negotiate terms with the defeated Central Powers, who were, notably, excluded from the actual negotiated terms with the defeated Central Powers, who were, notably, excluded from the actual negotiated Vitained, the Dryad, Bain de Kind, Thate. The competing priorities among the Allied leaders themselves created significant tension throughout the negotiations. Clemenceau, representing a France that had suffered catastrophic losses and had twice within living memory been invaded by Germany, pushed for harsh, punitive terms specifically designed to permanently cripple Germany's capacity to threaten France again. Wilson, by contrast, arrived with a considerably more idealistic vision, built around his 14 points, including the establishment of a League of Nations intended to prevent future wars through collective international diplomacy and cooperation rather than punitive terms and continued military buildup. The final treaty ended up representing an uneasy, ultimately unstable compromise between these competing visions, harsh enough in its territorial losses, military restrictions, and financial reparations to generate deep, lasting German resentment, but not harsh enough, in the assessment of many historians looking back, to actually prevent a resurgent Germany from eventually rebuilding its military capacity within a couple of decades. The League of Nations, meanwhile, was fatally weakened almost immediately by the fact that the United States Senate ultimately refused to ratify the treaty or join the League at all, undermining the very institution Wilson had championed as the war's most important lasting legacy right from its earliest days. The war that had been sold to an entire generation, back in August 1914, as the war to end all wars, produced a peace treaty that a great many historians now regard as having planted several of the specific seeds: economic devastation, national humiliation, a fatally weakened international system built to prevent exactly this kind of catastrophe that would eventually grow into an even larger, even more catastrophic global conflict, barely 2 decades later. It's one of history's genuinely bitter ironies that the effort to permanently end large-scale war in Europe instead helped set the stage for its return. What the painters saw writers weren't the only ones trying to capture what this war actually looked and felt like. A number of visual artists served directly at the front, some as official war artists commissioned specifically to document the conflict, others as ordinary soldiers who happened to also be painters, and their work, collectively, represents one more powerful record of what statistics alone can never fully convey. Paul Nash, a British artist who served on the Western Front and was later appointed an official war artist, produced haunting, desolate landscape paintings of the shattered, cratered battlefields we've described tonight. Work stripped almost entirely of human figures, focusing instead on the physical devastation of the land itself. Tree stumps reduced to blackened spikes, ground churned into an alien, cratered wasteland that Nash himself, in his own letters, described feeling almost incapable of adequately capturing given the sheer scale of destruction he was whispering. Otto Dix, a German artist who served for the entire duration of the war, including at Verdun and the Somme, later produced some of the most unflinchingly graphic depictions of trench warfare's physical horror ever committed to canvas: mutilated bodies, gas victims, and the general grotesque physical toll of industrialized combat rendered with a deliberately unsettling, almost expressionistic intensity that refused entirely to offer viewers any comforting distance from what he'd actually witnessed. His later work was, notably, among the art condemned and confiscated by the Nazi regime as degenerate in the years after they rose to power in Germany. One more example of an artist's honest wartime testimony being deliberately suppressed by a political movement actively preparing the ground for the next war. It's a pattern we've now seen repeat across poetry, prose, and visual art alike tonight. The people who lived through this war most directly, and who tried hardest to honestly document what they'd witnessed, were frequently the same people whose work was later suppressed, censored, or destroyed by the political movements that would go on to drag the world into an even larger catastrophe within a single generation. The lesson was there, recorded in ink and paint and testimony. A significant number of people with significant power chose not to look at it. Officers and men won more distinction worth understanding, because it shaped survival odds and daily experience in ways we haven't directly addressed tonight. The sharp, often uncomfortable class divide between officers and enlisted men that ran through nearly every army in this war. Officers, particularly in the British Army, were disproportionately drawn from the upper and upper middle classes in the war's earlier years, a product of a military tradition that had long assumed leadership was, essentially, a matter of birth and social class rather than pure military skill. This had a genuinely brutal, counterintuitive consequence for officer survival rates specifically. Junior officers expected to lead their men over the top from the front of the assault, and specifically trained to carry a sidearm rather than a rifle, and to be visually distinguishable from their men. Practiced German snipers, in particular, learned to exploit ruthlessly, specifically targeting officers first, suffered casualty rates that were for much of the war proportionally higher than those of the ordinary enlisted men they commanded. There is a specific, dark irony worth sitting with here. For a significant stretch of this war, being from a privileged background and holding an officer's commission didn't actually improve your personal odds of survival in that specific, terrible moment of climbing the ladder. In some respects, it made you a priority target. As the war dragged on and losses among the traditional officer class mounted heavily, armies were gradually forced to commission officers based increasingly on demonstrated ability and battlefield experience rather than purely on social background. A slow, grinding erosion of older class assumptions that, in Britain specifically, historians have noted as one of several subtle, longer-term social shifts the war helped accelerate, quietly chipping away at rigid pre-war class structures that had, until 1914, seemed almost permanently fixed. For enlisted men, meanwhile, daily life carried its own distinct hardships we've already covered extensively tonight. Worse food, worse living conditions, and considerably less agency over their own fate, but, in a strange twist given everything above, statistically somewhat better odds of surviving any single assault than the officer nominally leading them into it, at least during the war's earlier years before those officer targeting patterns and command structures gradually shifted. This entire war, in other words, took the rigid social hierarchies its participants had grown up inside, hierarchies that had shaped nearly every part of ordinary life for generations before 1914, and subjected them to the same indifferent mechanized randomness it subjected everything else to. Rank, birth, and privilege brought you certain comforts, certain assumptions of respect. They did not reliably buy you survival. The generation that went missing, we've talked, across this whole story, about individual battles and individual numbers. I want to close out the cost section of tonight's story by zooming out one final time to talk about something demographers and historians call the lost generation, a phrase that gets used loosely sometimes but which has a very specific, very measurable meaning when applied to this particular war. Across the major combatant nations of Europe, the sheer concentration of casualties among young men, roughly between the ages of 18 and 30, created a genuine, statistically visible dent in the population pyramid of an entire generation, a demographic gap that shows up clearly in census records for decades afterward, and which had ripple effects that touched nearly every part of post-war society. In France specifically, given the staggering proportional losses we discussed earlier, an entire cohort of young women found themselves living in a society where the ordinary, expected balance between marriageable age men and women had been badly, visibly disrupted, contributing to elevated rates of lifelong single women in the post-war decades, sometimes referred to at the time, in a phrase that hasn't aged well but reflects the blunt demographic reality of the era, as surplus women. Economically, the loss of so many young men in their prime working years, combined with the physical disability of hundreds of thousands more surviving veterans, created significant long-term strain on post-war labor markets and social welfare systems across Europe. Systems that were, in most nations, still relatively rudimentary by modern standards, and which struggled badly to adequately support the sheer number of war widows, orphans, and disabled veterans the conflict had produced. It's worth understanding that this lost generation wasn't only a poetic phrase used by writers like Gertrude Stein to describe a certain disillusioned literary sensibility among post-war artists and writers, though that usage is also accurate and important. It was also, quite literally, a measurable demographic fact, an entire cohort of young men, disproportionately absent from the following decades of European society, in numbers large enough to be visible in birth rates, marriage rates, workforce statistics, and the basic shape of family structures for years, sometimes decades after the guns fell silent. The veterans nobody quite knew what to do with. We touched earlier on the difficult, often inadequate homecoming many veterans faced. But I want to give one specific, illustrative example because it shows just how directly this war's unresolved aftermath continued shaping political events years, even over a decade later. In the summer of 1932, in the middle of the Great Depression, a group of American World War I veterans, many of them unemployed, struggling financially, and desperate for the promised military service bonus that Congress had authorized years earlier but scheduled for delayed payment until 1945, marched on Washington, D.C., in a demonstration that came to be known as the Bonus Army, demanding early payment of the bonus they'd been promised for their wartime service. Given the desperate economic circumstances so many veterans found themselves in, roughly 20,000 veterans and their families set up encampments in the capital, staying for weeks in a largely peaceful demonstration. The federal government's response, ultimately, was to forcibly clear the encampments using active-duty U.S. Army troops commanded, in one of history's stranger footnotes, by then Major Dwight Eisenhower and General Douglas MacArthur, both of whom would go on to become far more famous figures in the following World War. Troops used tear gas and bayonets against the largely unarmed veteran encampment, an event that generated significant public outcry and political embarrassment at the time. Sit with that image for a moment. Men who had survived the machine guns and the gas and the mud of the war we've spent this entire night describing, coming home only to be forcibly cleared out of their own nation's capital at bayonet point by their own government's army, roughly 14 years later, simply for asking to be paid what they'd already been promised. The Bonus Army episode became one of several factors that contributed to a broader, growing public sense that veterans of this war had been fundamentally failed by the nations that had sent them, a sentiment that echoed across multiple combatant countries in different forms throughout the interwar period, and which, in several nations, including Germany, fed directly into the kind of political resentment and instability that extremist movements were increasingly able to exploit. It's worth carrying, alongside everything else tonight, this final uncomfortable piece. Surviving this war, even fully, even with your body and mind relatively intact, was never a guarantee that the society you'd fought to protect would actually hold up its end of whatever unspoken bargain had sent you there in the first place. The letters. In order, I want to try something a little different with you now before we finally close this story out completely. We've talked, in the abstract, about letters home, and about self-censorship, and about the gap between what soldiers actually experienced and what they let their families know. So let's actually walk through what that might have looked like across the length of an entire war, told the way it might have actually been written, a composite built from the patterns and tone found across thousands of real wartime letters, rather than any single specific person's exact words. August 1914. Dear Mother, we arrived safely and everyone is in very high spirits. The French countryside is lovely, and the officers say we shall likely be home for Christmas, so please don't worry yourself. I've made several good friends already. Tell Father I think of the farm often, and that I'm eating well. Notice already everything that letter isn't saying. No mention of the actual march, the blistered feet, the growing uncertainty already spreading quietly through the ranks about whether this was going to be quite as quick as everyone kept insisting. March 1915. Dear Mother, we are settled now in a fairly comfortable section of the line, nothing to worry over. The food is adequate, though I do miss your cooking terribly and I'd be grateful for another parcel when you're able, particularly socks, if it isn't too much trouble. We are all keeping our spirits up well enough. Nothing to worry over. By March 1915, the soldier has almost certainly already survived his first sustained bombardment, his first sight of a dead comrade, his first proper infestation of lice. None of it appears in the letter. The socks request is real. That detail, historians confirm, appears constantly in actual wartime correspondence, an almost universal practical plea across every army in this war, but it's doing a lot of quiet work standing in for everything else that isn't being said. Late 1916, following the Somme. Dear Mother, I am well, though tired. We've had a difficult few months, and I lost some good friends, which I won't trouble you with the details of. Please don't fret over the newspapers. They do exaggerate things, and I promise I'm being as careful as I can be. I think of home constantly, and of Sunday dinners, and I hope this finds you and Father well. I won't trouble you with the details of. That single sentence is, in a real sense, carrying an entire unspoken weight. Friends whose specific fates this soldier has decided, deliberately, his mother doesn't need to carry alongside her own worry. Please don't fret over the newspapers. A direct acknowledgement that some version of the truth has been getting through anyway, filtered, incomplete, and that he's actively trying to manage his family's fear from hundreds of miles away, with nothing but paper and a pencil as his tools. Early 1918. Dear Mother, I understand it has been some time since my last letter, and I am sorry for the worry that must have caused you. I am well. There isn't much more I can say beyond that just now, except that I think of you both every single day, and that whatever happens, I want you to know I have tried to do right by you and by everyone at home. Whatever happens. That's the closest this composite gets across nearly 4 years of letters to actually acknowledging the possibility his mother has surely been quietly living with the entire time. It's still not direct. It's still, in its own careful way, protecting her. That restraint, that specific, exhausting daily labor of managing someone else's fear from inside your own genuine terror, was its own entirely separate burden this war placed on millions of young men, on top of everything else we've already spent tonight describing. If this soldier survives, and in this composite, let's say he does, since we've spent enough of tonight on the ones who didn't, his final letter, sent sometime in that strange, disorienting week after November 11th, 1918, might have read something very simple. Dear Mother, it's over. I am coming home. 4 words, carrying 4 years, delivered as plainly as everything else had been carefully managed to sound, right up until the moment there was finally genuinely nothing left to soften. One last reckoning with sickness. We covered trench fever and trench foot earlier tonight, but there's one more disease worth mentioning properly because it quietly killed and incapacitated more men across this war than almost any single battle we've discussed. Dysentery, alongside a broader category of gastrointestinal illness caused by contaminated water, inadequate sanitation, and the sheer, overwhelming difficulty of maintaining basic hygiene standards for millions of men living for years in close, unsanitary proximity to open latrines, deconsaned, as recents worried. Symptoms ranged from severe, debilitating diarrhea and abdominal pain to, in serious untreated cases, life-threatening dehydration and secondary infection. Entire units, particularly on fronts like Gallipoli, where sanitation conditions were especially poor and water especially scarce, could find their effective combat strength reduced significantly, not by enemy fire at all, but simply by the sheer number of men too physically debilitated by dysentery to fight. It's a strange, almost absurd thing to have to say out loud, given everything else we've covered tonight. For a meaningful number of men in this war, on certain fronts, in certain seasons, the single most dangerous, most immediately threatening thing about being there wasn't the enemy at all. It was the water. Medical understanding of germ theory and sanitation, while considerably more advanced by 1914 than in previous wars, still struggled badly against the sheer, overwhelming logistical challenge of maintaining hygiene standards for millions of men living in improvised, muddy, overcrowded conditions for years at a stretch, without access to anything resembling modern plumbing, clean running water, or reliable waste disposal. It's one more entirely unglamorous, rarely discussed way this war found to grind down the people caught inside it, alongside all the more famous horrors we've spent tonight walking through together. Back to you one final time. We've spent a lot of tonight talking about the war itself, its battles, its numbers, its aftermath. But I want to bring this back one more time, specifically to you, the person this whole story was actually addressed to from the very beginning. Because I think there's a version of this conversation happening quietly in your head right now that deserves a direct answer. Okay, but I go to the gym. I could probably handle it better than most. Let's actually test that, gently, honestly, because I don't think it holds up quite the way you might want it to. Physical fitness, as you understand it today, is mostly built around controlled, recoverable exertion. A hard workout followed by rest, good food, hydration, sleep. Trench life offered almost none of those recovery mechanisms. It wasn't a fitness challenge. It was sustained, compounding physical degradation, chronic sleep deprivation measured in months rather than nights, a caloric intake that was frequently inadequate and nutritionally poor even when food did arrive reliably, constant exposure to cold and wet without any real ability to dry out or warm up, and an immune system under continuous grinding assaults from lice, contaminated water, and close quarters exposure to disease. Modern strength, or cardiovascular fitness, built in a climate-controlled gym with access to protein shakes and 8 hours of sleep, simply wasn't the relevant skill set for what this specific environment demanded. Your ability to deadlift twice your body weight was not, in 1916, a meaningfully protective trait against a machine gun positioned 400 yards away, or against a random shell fragment traveling considerably faster than your reflexes could ever hope to react to. There's also a less comfortable, more biological point worth making directly. A modern immune system, grown up in a world of vaccination, antibiotics, and comparatively excellent sanitation, has had far less continuous, low-level exposure to the kind of pathogens that were simply everywhere in trench conditions. Meaning, counterintuitively, a modern person dropped into 1916 might actually be at a disadvantage compared to someone who'd grown up in the considerably less sanitized conditions of early 20th century working-class life, where some of in other words, the exact things that make your modern life comfortable and safe, clean water, antibiotics, refrigerated food, regulated sanitation are precisely the things that would leave you least prepared, biologically, for an environment that had none of them, layered directly beneath a threat environment designed, almost accidentally, by the collision of 19th century tactics with 20th century weapons technology to make individual toughness or skill almost entirely irrelevant to your actual odds survival. So no, I don't think you'd have made it. Not because there's anything wrong with you, because almost nobody from any era transplanted into that specific set of conditions without months of gradual physical and psychological adaptation genuinely would have. The men who did survive it, and who came home changed forever by it, weren't simply the strongest or the bravest. They were, disproportionately, the lucky men standing in the right 6 feet of mud when the wrong 6 feet, 20 feet away took someone else instead. The very last word. We've been together a long time tonight. Through Sarajevo, through the mud of Flanders, through gas clouds and mine explosions, and a Parisian taxi fleet, and a one-legged pigeon and a 19-year-old with an expired cyanide pill, through Vimy Ridge and Passchendaele, through a French army that quietly said no and a German navy that quietly said no right back, through letters that never said quite what they meant, and through one very long, very careful walk back to a wooden ladder at 7:29 in the morning. If there's a single thread I'd want you to actually carry with you into sleep tonight out of everything we've covered, it's this. The people who lived through this war were not fundamentally different from you. They didn't have some special reserve of courage or toughness that modern people have simply lost. They were clerks, farm hands, taxi drivers, printers' apprentices, sons and brothers, and, in a great many cases, barely more than children. Ordinary people dropped by history into an entirely extraordinary, entirely unprecedented catastrophe, who did what they could, moment by moment, day by day, with absolutely no roadmap for how any of it was supposed to work, because nobody, on any side, had ever actually done this before. Most of them didn't come home. The ones who did carried it quietly, imperfectly, for the rest of their lives in a world that was still, for decades, learning how to even talk about what they'd been through. You wouldn't have survived it. But you're here now, and they aren't, and I think the very least any of us can do, all these years later, warm and safe and impossibly far away from any of it, is remember them properly every once in a while in exactly this kind of detail, not as a number, not as a slide in a textbook, but as a person, standing on a ladder with mud on his boots and a sister's wedding on his mind, 30 seconds from finding out what happens next. Actually, one more thing, the battle you haven't heard of. At the place you have, there's one more battle worth telling before we truly close tonight, because it happened at a location whose name you almost certainly already know for an entirely different reason, Aras, in northern France, home, today, to some of the most visited World War I memorial sites in the country, but also the site of a specific, brutal offensive in the spring of 1917 that deserves its own moment. The Battle of Arras, launched in April 1917 partly as a supporting effort to draw German attention away from the ill-fated French Nivelle offensive we discussed earlier, saw British and Commonwealth forces achieve some genuinely significant early gains, the fastest advance since trench warfare had settled in back in 1914, in fact, on the battle's opening day. But, in a pattern that should feel painfully familiar by this point in the story, that early momentum couldn't be sustained and the battle ground on for over a month, eventually costing roughly 160,000 British casualties for territorial gains that, once again, fell well short of the decisive breakthrough commanders had hoped for. One detail from Arras deserves particular attention. Beneath the town itself, British engineers discovered and expanded an extensive network of medieval stone quarries and tunnels running under the city, connecting them into a hidden underground complex capable of sheltering and moving up to 24,000 soldiers at once, safely beneath the range of German artillery, complete with electric lighting, a light railway, a fully functioning hospital, and even a chapel. And you Iriris today, built no chemis today, There is something worth sitting with in that image. An entire hidden city, carved beneath an ordinary French town, built purely to give thousands of frightened young men somewhere safe to exist for a few days, before being sent up into exactly the kind of danger we've spent this whole night describing. A small, strange act of care buried literally underground inside a war that otherwise offered so little of it. What happens to a landscape? We've talked across this story about what this war did to the people caught inside it. I want to close with something a little different, what it did and continues to do to the land itself. Because in a strange way, the physical landscape of northern France and Belgium remains one of this war's most direct, tangible, still living witnesses over a century later. Certain areas of the former battlefields, particularly around Verdun, remain, to this day, so thoroughly saturated with unexploded ordnance, chemical residue, and human remains that they've been permanently designated as unsafe for agriculture or habitation, an area the French government formally terms the Zone Rouge, the Red Zone, originally covering well over 1,000 square kilometers immediately after the war. Decades of careful, dangerous clearance work have gradually shrunk it, but pockets remain, even now, essentially frozen in the exact state of devastation the war left behind. Forests deliberately replanted over the worst affected areas, specifically because the soil is considered too dangerous and too contaminated for anything else. Cratered ground still visible beneath the tree cover for anyone willing to walk it. We mentioned the iron harvest earlier. The ongoing, still active discovery of live shells, unexploded ordnance, and human remains that farmers across this region continue to unearth every single year, more than 100 years after the fighting stopped. French and Belgian ordnance disposal teams remain permanently, professionally employed specifically for this purpose. A quiet, continuous, ongoing form of aftermath that most of the world has long since stopped thinking about at all. It's a strange, almost unbelievable thing to hold. This far into our story together, a war that ended over 100 years ago is still, in a very real, physical, literal sense, not entirely finished with the ground it was fought on. The land remembers, whether or not the rest of us choose to. And on that note, genuinely, finally, I think we've walked as far through this story as one night together can hold. The unknown soldier. One final story, and I think it's the right one to end on. In the years immediately following the war, several nations, Britain, France, the United States, and others, independently arrived at a strikingly similar idea, born out of the specific horror we discussed earlier, the sheer number of soldiers whose bodies were never identified, or never recovered at all, obliterated so completely by artillery that there was quite literally nothing left to bring home. The solution, adopted around 1920 and 1921 across multiple countries, was the creation of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, a single, deliberately unidentified body, selected through a careful process specifically designed to ensure that not even the officials conducting the selection knew which particular set of remains they were choosing, interred with full national honors in a place of enormous synoptic significance. Beneath the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, in Westminster Abbey in London, at Arlington National Cemetery in the United States. The idea, deliberately, was that this one unidentified soldier could stand in, symbolically, for every single family who never received a body to bury, never got a specific grave to visit, never had a definitive answer about exactly where or how their son, husband, or father had actually died. It could be anyone's missing man. That was the entire point. Britain's unknown warrior, when he was brought home for burial in November 1920, was escorted along a route lined by an estimated 1 million mourners and countless soldiers, still recovering from a war that had ended barely 2 years earlier, are recorded as breaking down entirely at the sight of the procession passing, not because they knew who was inside that coffin, but precisely because they didn't, and because that uncertainty was itself the entire point. He could have been the friend they'd watched disappear into a shell crater. He could have been the brother whose telegram had simply said, "missing, presumed dead," with no further detail ever provided, for the rest of that family's life. These tombs remain, to this day, among the most solemnly guarded, continuously honored monuments in their respective nations. The tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington has been under continuous 24-hour military guard, in every kind of weather, without a single interruption, for decades. It's a strange, quiet kind of permanence for a monument built specifically around not knowing, around holding space forever. For every single name we've had to leave out of tonight's story, simply because there wasn't time in one night to say all 15 to 22 million of them properly. That's who we've really been telling the story for this whole time. Not just the men whose names made it into the history books. Owen, Sassoon, Harry Patch, the Red Baron, all of them. every single unnamed man on every ladder, on every front, in every army, whose story we simply never had the specific details to tell tonight, but who was, every bit as much as the 22-year-old we opened this story with, a real, whole, irreplaceable person, right up until the exact moment he wasn't. A few more names deserve their place before we close for good. The Americans' first morning. We talked earlier about the sheer scale of American mobilization in 1917 and 1918, but I want to give you one specific moment from it, because it captures something important about what it meant to be a green, untested army walking into a war that had already spent 3 years teaching everyone else its hardest lessons the hard way. The Battle of Cantigny, fought in late May 1918, was a relatively small engagement by the standards of everything we've discussed tonight, but it holds real significance as the first major offensive action undertaken independently by American forces in the war. The U.S. 1st Division, supported by French tanks, artillery, and air cover, successfully captured the village of Cantigny and, critically, held it against a series of determined German counterattacks over the following days. A genuine, if modest, validation that American troops, for all their inexperience compared to the battle-hardened French and British forces they were fighting alongside, could hold their own in the kind of combined arms combat this war had evolved into by 1908. Beat dry. It's a strange thing to consider, an army that had spent barely a year in existence at war footing scale, fighting alongside allies who had already endured nearly 4 full years of exactly this, and somehow, on their very first real test, managing not to embarrass themselves. Beginner's luck, maybe. Or maybe just the simple advantage of arriving fresh, well-fed, and not yet ground down by years of exactly the kind of attrition we've spent this whole night walking through. American losses were relatively modest by comparison to the battles we've already covered. A few hundred casualties, but the psychological and diplomatic significance was considerable, offering French and British commanders their first real, concrete confidence that American manpower, once fully mobilized, would prove genuinely decisive rather than simply symbolic. Within a few months, that confidence would be thoroughly validated at a much larger scale, at battles like Belleau Wood, and later, in September 1918, at the Meuse-Argonne, the largest single American military operation of the entire war, involving over 1 million American soldiers, and, sobering to remember, the deadliest battle in American military history in terms of raw casualty numbers, with over 26,000 American deaths in the space of about 6 weeks, right at the very end of the conflict, when it must have felt to a brown-eyed what the sea really asked of you. We covered the strategic side of submarine warfare earlier, the Lusitania, the Zimmermann telegram, unrestricted submarine warfare's role in drawing America into the conflict. But I want to close that particular thread properly because being a sailor in this war, on a merchant vessel or a naval ship, carried its own specific claustrophobic version of everything we've spent tonight describing. Merchant sailors, transporting the food, fuel, and war material that kept entire nations functioning, sailed for the duration of the war under the constant, invisible threat of torpedo attack, with essentially no warning before a strike beyond, at best, a few seconds' notice from a lookout who happened to spot a periscope wake in time. Unlike a soldier in a trench, who could at least understand the general shape and direction of the danger surrounding him, a sailor's entire war existed under the surface of an ocean he could never actually see into, an enemy that might be anywhere, that could strike at any moment of any day, for the entire duration of a voyage that might last weeks. Naval historians estimate that roughly 5,000 Allied and neutral merchant ships were sunk by German U-boats over the course of the war, and while total sailor casualty figures are harder to pin down precisely than army figures given the more fragmented nature of merchant marine record-keeping across dozens of nations, the losses were severe enough that at the peak of unrestricted submarine warfare in early 1917, Britain came remarkably close to being starved into genuine crisis, losing merchant tonnage faster than it could be replaced. A threat to a chance. It's now to It's worth remembering tonight that the war wasn't only fought by men standing in mud, staring across a few hundred yards of no man's land at an enemy they could at least, in some abstract sense, see. It was also fought by men standing on open decks, staring out at an empty, featureless horizon, knowing that somewhere beneath that flat, indifferent surface, something might already be watching them. and that there would be almost no warning at all before it decided to strike. Every front, one last time. We've covered a genuinely enormous amount of ground tonight. And before we close for good, I want to give you one final, complete sweep of everything this war actually was, all at once, laid out plainly, the way you'd want it summarized right before sleep finally takes you. It began with a wrong turn on a street in Sarajevo, and a 19-year-old with a gun and an already abandoned plan. It spread within 5 weeks through a tangle of alliances nobody had fully thought through, pulling 5 empires and dozens of nations into a conflict that almost everyone involved genuinely believed would be over in months. It stopped being fast at the Marne when 2 exhausted armies dug into the ground rather than keep retreating, and it stayed stopped in a 475-mile line of trenches for most of the next 4 years. It killed you, most likely, with artillery, not with the dramatic personal clash of a rifle duel, but with a shell fired by someone who never saw your face, decided by a margin of feet you had no control over whatsoever. If the shells didn't get you, the machine guns very well might have, sweeping pre-registered fields of fire across open ground that thousands of men on thousands of separate mornings were ordered to walk directly into. If neither of those got you, the gas might have, rolling low and green-yellow across a battlefield that had never needed to fear the air itself before April 1915. If you avoided all of that, the lice, the rats, the trench foot, the dysentery, and the sheer cumulative exhaustion of years without proper rest were all still doing their slow, patient work on you regardless. It ground on at Verdun for 10 straight months over a battlefield whose capture was never even the actual point. It cost Britain 57,000 casualties in a single morning at the Somme for a battle that would take another 4.5 months to advance 7 total miles. It drowned men in the mud of Passchendaele, in craters 20 feet from rescuers who couldn't reach them in time. It scattered its horror across a Turkish peninsula at Gallipoli, across an alpine front in Italy where avalanches killed as efficiently as any enemy, across 1,000 miles of the Eastern Front where an empire finally, catastrophically, ran out of patience with itself and collapsed into revolution. And then, almost as if the war itself hadn't already taken enough, it handed the entire dying world an influenza pandemic that would go on to kill more people in 18 months than 4 years of combat had managed altogether, arriving with a cruelty that still defies easy explanation disproportionately for the young and the healthy, the very people who might have just survived everything else this war had already thrown at them. It ended finally at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. 6 full hours after the paperwork was already signed, with one American soldier dying at 10:59 while German gunners tried to wave him off a fight nobody needed anymore. And even then it wasn't really finished. Not for the widows, not for the fatherless children, not for the shell-shocked veterans with no real medical framework built yet to help them, not for the German civilians still living under blockade months after the guns fell silent, not for the peace treaty that would go on within 20 years to help produce an even larger catastrophe. 15 to 22 million dead by the most careful estimates, and that's before you even add the influenza that followed in its wake. An entire generation of ordinary clerks and farmhands and taxi drivers and print shop apprentices dropped into a machine that made bravery and skill and toughness almost entirely relevant to who walked away and who didn't. You wouldn't have survived it. Almost none of us would have. But you're here now, warm, safe, impossibly far away from any of it, right where you're supposed to be at this hour of the night. And somewhere, on a wall in a village, you'll probably never visit. In a country you may never see. There's a name carved into stone that could very easily have been yours, if the century you happened to be born into had simply landed a few decades earlier than it did. That's the whole story. All of it, or as much of it as one long night together could possibly hold. The gas mask, revisited. We covered gas warfare fairly early tonight, but the actual evolution of the gas mask itself, the specific piece of equipment that stood between you and one of this war's most horrifying weapons, deserves a slightly closer look because it's a small, concentrated example of just how fast this war forced technology to evolve, cycle after cycle under the most desperate possible pressure. In the immediate chaotic aftermath of that first chlorine attack at Ypres in April 1915, Allied troops had, as we discussed, nothing better than urine-soaked cloth held against the face, Within weeks, improvised cotton pads soaked in a chemical neutralizing solution were issued, followed quickly by the hypo helmet, a crude cloth hood soaked in protective chemicals and pulled down entirely over the head, tucked into the collar, better than nothing but still uncomfortable, prone to leaking around the edges, and genuinely difficult to see or breathe properly through for extended periods. By 1916, the smallbox respirator had been developed and issued broadly to British forces, a considerably more effective design using a mouthpiece, nose clip, and a separate canister filter connected by a rubber tube, allowing for meaningfully better protection and a longer effective wear time, though still deeply uncomfortable, still prone to fogging, and still requiring soldiers to essentially fight, dig, and function for hours while breathing through a restrictive filter under physical exertion. German forces developed their own parallel series of increasingly sophisticated mask designs across the same period, in a kind of grim, accelerated arms race that ran in parallel to the broader war itself. Better gas, met by better masks, met in turn by even more dangerous gas, in a cycle that continued essentially until the war's end. It's worth remembering that gas masks weren't just protective equipment. They were also, in their own way, one of this war's clearest physical symbols of what modern industrial warfare had actually become. An environment so hostile that soldiers needed specialized equipment just to survive the act of breathing, a level of environmental danger that no soldier from any previous war in human history had ever had to prepare for. Training in mask discipline became a serious, heavily drilled part of a soldier's preparation. Units practiced regularly timing exactly how quickly they could get a mask on from the moment a gas alarm sounded, since a delay of even a few seconds in a genuine attack could mean the difference between walking away and becoming one more casualty in a chapter of this war that, as we discussed earlier, ultimately produced somewhere around 1.3 million gas casualties across every army involved. A last quiet word, I think, genuinely, that's everything I have for you tonight. Every front, every battle, every quiet human detail I could gather to help you actually understand, rather than just recite what it would have meant to be there. We've gone from a wrong turn on a Sarajevo street to a hidden underground city beneath Aris, from a one-legged pigeon to a Nobel Prize-winning scientist driving mobile X-ray units toward the front lines, from a 19-year-old assassin to a 111-year-old veteran who spent his final years quietly, patiently trying to make sure the rest of us understood what he'd actually seen. If you take nothing else from tonight, take this. You asked at the very start whether you specifically would have survived this. The honest answer, statistically, is almost certainly not. And I hope, by now, you understand that isn't a judgment on you at all. It's simply the truth of what this particular war was engineered almost accidentally to do to the ordinary people caught inside it. But you did survive something tonight. A very long story, told slowly and carefully, about people who couldn't tell it themselves anymore. And I think that's worth something too. The armistice bell in every town at once. One final image, and I promise, truly, this is the last one. On November 11th, 1918, as word of the armistice spread, by telegraph, by newspaper runners, by word of mouth passed excitedly from street to street, an extraordinary, spontaneous wave of public celebration broke out simultaneously across cities and towns in every Allied nation, all within the same few hours, a genuinely unified, worldwide moment of collective relief that very few single events in human history have ever quite matched in scale or simultaneity. In London, crowds flooded into the streets, church bells rang continuously, and strangers reportedly embraced each other openly in a level of public celebration the city hadn't seen in living memory. In Paris, similar scenes unfolded around the Arc de Triomphe, with crowds singing, weeping, and celebrating in equal measure, joy and grief occupying the exact same moment. The exact same crowd for an enormous number of people who had lost someone and were celebrating an ending that had simply, tragically, arrived too late for their own particular loss. In New York, an impromptu parade formed almost immediately, with confetti reportedly improvised from torn telephone directories and shredded newspaper thrown from office windows down onto crowds below in a scene that would, decades later, become a template for the kind of spontaneous ticker-tape celebration Americans still associate with major national moments of relief and pride. And underneath every single one of those celebrations, in every single one of those cities, was the exact same quiet, private math being done in millions of individual households at once. A father, a husband, a brother, a son. Either coming home now or not. The war's ending was one single shared global moment. What it actually meant for any specific family was entirely, painfully individual, and it stayed that way for decades afterward, long after the confetti had been swept up and the church bells had gone quiet again. That's genuinely everything now. Every front, every battle, every quiet human detail this story had room to hold. From a wrong turn in Sarajevo in 1914 to a torn telephone directory falling like snow over a New York street in 1918. The puppy. There's one image that's come to represent this entire war more than any other. In the century since it ended, and I want to close on it properly, because it began almost by accident with a single doctor and a single poem. John McCrae was a Canadian military physician who served near Ypres in the spring of 1915. In the immediate aftermath of the war's first gas attack we discussed at length tonight, following the death of a close friend and fellow soldier, McCrae wrote a short poem, reportedly in a matter of minutes, sitting near a field dressing station inspired by the sight of red poppies growing wild among the graves and shattered ground of the battlefield around him, a flower whose seeds, botanists later explained, are able to lie dormant in undisturbed soil for years, only germinating and blooming when that soil is churned and disrupted, exactly the way our Parliament had smut kjørning franting in it. The poem, titled In Flanders Fields, was published later that year and became one of the most widely recognized pieces of writing to emerge from the entire war, its imagery of poppies blooming amid rows of soldiers' graves, eventually inspiring the poppy's adoption as the official symbol of remembrance across Britain, Canada, Australia, and much of the Commonwealth, worn every November, around that same 11th day of the 11th month, by millions of people who may know very little else about this war, but who understand, at least, that small red flowers pay it. McCrae himself did not live to see how widely his poem would come to be remembered. He died of pneumonia in January 1918 while still serving at the front. 10 months before the armistice, he'd have given almost anything to see. It feels right to end here, I think, with a flower that only blooms after the ground has been torn open, chosen, without any of us really planning it, as the symbol an entire century has settled on to remember exactly the story we've spent tonight telling. Something small, something quiet, something that grows back anyway right in the middle of all that ruin. 4 years, 3 months, and 2 weeks. A wrong turn on a street in Sarajevo. A whistle at 7:30 in the morning. A wall of machine gun fire aimed at a patch of dirt that, for a few brief seconds, you were standing on. Mud that could drown you standing up. Lies that carried fevers doctors barely understood. Rats the size of house cats. A yellow-green cloud rolling low across a Belgian field. The first of its kind the world had ever seen. A river of taxicabs. A one-legged pigeon. A hidden city carved beneath a French town. A flower that only blooms once the ground beneath it has been torn wide open. 15 to 22 million dead, by the most careful counting anyone has ever managed. And that number still doesn't hold all of it. Not the widows, not the fatherless children, not the shell-shocked men who spent the rest of their lives quietly carrying what they'd seen with no real language, yet built to help them set it down. You wouldn't have survived it. Almost none of us would have. But for one long night, you walked through it anyway, all the way from that wrong turn to that final bell. And you're still here, warm, safe, and, I hope, finally, properly, ready to sleep. For the ones we didn't name tonight, we spent this entire night moving between the sweeping and the specific. Millions of casualties on one hand, a single soldier's letters home on the other. A whole ledger of nations on one page and one 19-year-old shaking hands on the next. I want to close, genuinely for the final time now, by acknowledging what a story like this one can never fully do, no matter how many hours we spend on it together. We named Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon and Harry Patch and Vera Brittain and John McCrae and Manfred von Richthofen and Mustafa Kemal and Marie Curie and a handful of others whose stories happened to survive clearly enough, in enough detail, to be told properly all these years later. But for every name we managed to include tonight, there were millions we couldn't, ordinary men and women, whose letters were lost, whose graves were never found, whose only remaining trace is a single line on a regimental roll, or a name carved into a village memorial that fewer and fewer people stop to actually read each year. That's not a flaw in tonight's story. It's the honest, unavoidable shape of trying to hold something this large in a single telling. The individual details we did manage to gather. The taxi drivers, the canary girls, the stretcher bearers, the sailors staring at an empty horizon, the chaplain handing out cigarettes in the mud. They're not meant to stand alone. They're meant to stand in, gently, respectfully, for everyone else whose specific story simply didn't survive long enough, in enough detail to be told alongside them tonight. So if you take one final thing with you into sleep, let it be this. Behind every number we used tonight, the 57,000, the million, the 22 million, there was a specific person, exactly as real and exactly as irreplaceable as the ones we did get to properly meet. We couldn't tell you all of their stories, but I hope by now you understand a little more completely what each one of those numbers actually cost. Sleep well, truly now. You made it further than most of them did. Rest now. You've earned it, and so, 100 years on, have they. Wherever you are, whatever time it is where you're listening, thank you for staying with this one all the way to the end. Good night.